Good evening and welcome to Six News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
Six News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning any seats.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation Six News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to Six News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to Six News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on Six News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins Six News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to Six News.
Canberra, Parliament House, our capital, where the winner tonight will determine our future for the next 3 years. Liberal leader Peter Dutton, with over 20 years in Parliament, looking to replicate the feats of his predecessor.
I have always believed in miracles.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, hoping voters stick with the devil they know, rather than the devil they don't.
We have a plan for cost of living relief today, but investing in tomorrow.
Then there's the Greens, the minor parties and the independents. They'll be playing a crucial role in who forms government. So, weeks of campaigning, all comes down to this. 18 million voters having their say. 1,456 candidates looking for your vote. 150 seats up for grabs. But there will only be one Prime Minister. Live around Australia, this is Election 2025 on Six News. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
And a very good evening to you. It's just on 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Welcome into our live special Six News coverage of election 2025 as Australia decides. This is going to be an extraordinary election night with results many people may or may not have seen coming, and we're looking forward to unpacking them all with you tonight. So leave your comments, leave your questions, and we look forward to hearing your say. Polls have just closed in Victoria, New South Wales, the ACT, Tasmania and Queensland. Soon they'll be closing in South Australia and the NT, and in a couple of hours they'll be closed in Western Australia as well, completing the whole country. So those are the states where polls have closed. A lot of critical results coming out of there, and those really could be the, to use a US term, the battleground states for tonight. We look forward to seeing how those apply. We have the best election team in the country for you tonight, based right around the country. Maggie Perry is at Six News Election Centre. Austin Pollock is in the Six Newsroom. Roman McKinnon is at the LNP's event in Brisbane. Levi Knight's on the Gold Coast, and in Toowoomba, Stuart Jeffrey, our law and government editor. The best election team to bring you the best possible coverage tonight. So it's going to be a huge night. We want to hear about your predictions, but we'll also give our takes. And well, I'm not sure which order first, but we will give our predictions because this is an election where a lot of people haven't been able to predict an outcome. A lot of people are stumped on this. Personally, I reckon 74 Labor. I reckon 58 Coalition, so a bit of nothing ever happens. 4 Greens, 14 Independents, 1 Catters, 1 Centre Alliance. I think that makes 150. Don't trust my maths, but give or take, just a slight down from Labor. Oh, there we go. Good, it's on screen now. 1 KAP. So steady. Don't ask me to model out any seats, but that is what I reckon. A bit of a nothing ever happens election. Maggie Perry, you're the election expert here at Six News. What are your tips?
Hello. Okay, so I think I've said Labor will probably form a minority government. I don't think in this environment Labor's going to form a majority, just as the vote for parties like Greens, the One Nation Party, independents, these sorts of groups, just as they continue to increase their vote at the expense of the major parties, I don't really see why Labor would be Probably have to gain seats to form majority government. I don't really see that happening. So I've said Labor in minority, with about 74 or 75. The coalition, about 54. I've said the Greens 6. Now that's going to be a very volatile figure. Really, I think the Greens could get anywhere between 2 or 7 seats. It's really hard to tell whether this is going to be a horrible night or a good night for them. And for the other group, including Katter's Australian and Centre Alliance, I've got 15 seats, which would be very positive for Teal independents. They'd be getting seats like Wannon, seats like Cowper, seats like Bradfield, and an independent in Calais.
We look forward to that. I agree with you. I cannot see a path to a Labor majority, but we'll see if Austin Pollock in the newsroom disagrees with us. Austin, what are your thoughts?
I don't disagree, Leo. I'm saying that they're getting there. Sorry, they are getting there. They're getting to 75, which is just making it to a majority. But we know our predictions aren't always very accurate, so who knows what's going to happen with that. But 75 for the ALP, 56 for the Coalition, 14 independents. I'm tipping 3 for the Greens. I think they're going to lose Brisbane and maybe even Griffith. Renee Coffey, the candidate running in the seat of Griffith, has been really getting her hands dirty on the ground, and I think she might be drumming up some support. So I think, but they will gain Wills, is my prediction as well. And one Centre Alliance and also one KAP.
All right, well, we'll cover Griffith in just a second. We look forward to that. Roman McKinnon, careful what you say, because you're at an LNP event, so don't piss them off too much. But what are your tips?
I know I might have to watch my back around here. Good evening, Leo. My predictions there, I feel like, judging by everyone else's before me, I've gone very, I guess trigger happy with Labor there. 79 ALP, 51 for the Coalition, 14 Independent, 4 Green, 1 Centre Alliance and 1 Katter's Australia. So I feel like Labor may not reach that exact number, maybe around 77, 78, even 76, and then the Coalition would pick up those other ones. We're here at the LNP election function here in Brisbane. We're expecting lots of supporters of the Coalition to come through here as the night comes on. They're hoping for a very successful night, but all signs point towards a Labor government. Whether that will be a majority, minority, or we could even see a hung parliament, we'll find out as the night progresses.
We absolutely will. Levi Knight's also in Queensland. He's on the Gold Coast. Gold Coast, which we'll be getting to quite a few times tonight because there's some interesting results we expect there. Levi, your overall predictions?
Yeah, Lewis, I'm at the Greens function right now. In terms of predictions, talking to candidates from both major parties for the week, you can see my predictions are scaled towards a Labor majority government, but only just. Now, candidates from the LNP, optimistic of a hung parliament. I think they're getting there, but we're not going to have that. The Greens candidate around this Brisbane area seem to be strong, possibly having maybe a loss of a seat from their current 4, with candidates from both major parties really investing in this area to try and beat the Greens, and then along with everyone else, just one from some of the other major parties and 14.
All right, Levi, thank you. And Stuart Jeffrey, last but not least, your tips, love them or hate them, they're always tend to be different to ours, but what do you have for us tonight?
I mean, mine are pretty similar to yours, Leo. I've got 74 going to Labor and 51 to the LNP, 14 independents, 4 Greens and Centre Alliance and Katter on 1 like everyone else. I do tend to agree with Austin with regard to Brisbane there, although I reckon Greens have a pretty good chance in Wills, as well as a couple of seats looking at potentially getting Richmond as well. So I think there's some seats that the Greens could gain there. I reckon they'll lose Brisbane, but they'll get Wills and they'll get Richmond. So that gives them 4. A couple of independents, Wannon, which is 1, and also potentially also looking at going McNamara. I think could probably be held though, although McNamara is also in danger.
Yeah, McNamara is going to be a fascinating 3-way race tonight. We'll keep coming back to that. Stuart Jeffrey, thank you very much. Look, we'll get back to Austin Pollock because Queensland is maybe the state at this election, and Griffith could be the seat to watch tonight. So, Austin, what are we seeing on the ground?
Well, if you cast your minds back, what was it, 3 years ago, to that green slide that we had across Griffith, Brisbane, and in Ryan, it was quite extraordinary. And the Greens will, of course, be looking to do that and then some, especially if we do see a hung parliament. Now, the seat of Griffith, it's an interesting one. For those who don't know, it's Kevin Rudd's old seat, the former Prime Minister of Australia, and we'll take you through some of the figures at the moment from the latest YouGov poll. The primary vote is suggesting the Greens on 38%, the LNP on 25.6%, ALP on 27.2%, One Nation on 5.5%, and others with 3.2%. And if we take a look at the two-party preferred, the Greens are on 52%, the ALP on 48%. In the seat of, we'll go to Brisbane next, and the Greens, they've dropped back slightly, so that is Stephen Bates. He is the incumbent there. He is up against a challenger from Labor, which they're possible, and it's 32.3% for the Labor and 24.7% for the LNP, 7.6% One Nation, and 12.2% for others, including independents. Two-party preferred there. Trevor Evans, he's looking for his redemption, obviously, from the last election. 52.7% for the Greens and 47.3% for the LNP. The last seat that we are looking at in that green slide is the seat of Ryan, and they're on 21.1%, the LNP with 35.5%, and the Greens with 32.5%, One Nation with 5%, and others on 8%. And if we have a look at the two-party preferred, now there is a slight swing to the coalition, but the Greens are likely to retain the two-party preferred, 52% to the coalition's 48%. But as I said, look, on the ground here in Griffith, from at least what I've seen, there is a large support for the Greens, and I'll touch on it a bit later as well. An interesting story from out of Ryan in regards to the Greens MP there, who really came together during Cyclone Alfred, which wasn't too long ago. That seemed to really build up support for them, and we'll touch on that a little bit later, Leo.
Yeah, we look forward to that. I think, something that the Greens have gotten credit for and really helped them in 2022 was their ground game. So, look, we'll wait and see there. Another interesting ground game that we're following tonight, Dixon, the seat of Peter Dutton, the opposition leader. Now, I don't think he's going to lose that. I don't care what people say. I don't care what internal polling. I don't think he's going to lose that. But evidently, it's a bit at risk, which maybe you wouldn't have thought of a few months ago. Roman McKinnon is not in there at the moment, but he is in the seat of Dixon in general, and he's been covering this on the ground for weeks and weeks, months and months. Well, I want to say years, because he was covering it carefully in 2022. Roman, what are we seeing in Dixon? What could we see tonight?
Dixon will be very tight, and we may not have a result tonight. It could take a few days, a couple of weeks. That's what Maroon Independent Ellie Smith's team have told me, that it will be tight. And of course, as I just mentioned there, Ellie Smith, her team is hoping that she will obviously get in, but preferences is the main one. She's held an open ballot, so we met up with her this morning in Dixon. She's remaining optimistic. Of course, Labor's Ailey France as well. She's running for the third term in a row. It will be tight. It will be close, and we'll see what the night holds.
We absolutely will see. I am fascinated to see these Dixon results. And look, you look at some of the YouGov numbers, which have been interesting. Just interesting quickly, Roman, the LNP in Queensland more broadly, you'd think again naturally, based on what we saw a few months ago with the state election, but also some of the federal polling that was on, they would be in a much better position. But we're talking about Greens holding seats. We're talking about Labor potentially gaining stuff. How have you kind of observed the local LNP campaign?
Yeah, and it's largely off the back of a successful campaign last October for the Queensland state election from David Crisafulli. And speaking of David Crisafulli, he actually was in Dixon this morning trying to win over a few more voters to try and help Peter Dutton get in. Obviously, using that popularity to try and to get Dutton back in for another term. He's held the seat since 2001. We filed this story before. Let's go to it now.
It's a three-horse race to win Queensland's most marginal seat. Dixon contested by Labor's Ailey France for the third time, while community-backed Maroon Independent Ellie Smith is attempting to unseat Dutton on her first attempt.
Overwhelmingly, people are thanking me and our team for running a really professional and big campaign that's giving people an option that's away from the major parties and they're getting excited about politics for the first time.
An exit poll released on Thursday had a significant swing towards France, but Dutton is shrugging off claims he's in trouble. One Labor strategist said Smith was getting in the way of France's shot to win.
You know, foolish comments. We have an amazing preferential voting system here in Australia, and there's no getting in the way. It's just if they run a good campaign, people will vote for them. If they are good in government, people will vote for them. But we're seeing that people more and more are turning away from the major parties. If I don't get over the line, those preferences will flow where they were going to go anyway.
YouGov polling released this week had a 1.5% swing towards Labor, meaning Dutton would retain on a 0.2% margin. He's called in the big guns.
Peter Dutton will hope David Crisafulli's popularity will help him win another term here in Dixon, as new polling predicts Peter Dutton could lose his seat. Do you think he has enough to win?
No, I do, and I think people here who know him respect him, and I'm confident he'll be a great Prime Minister.
Some experts say we may not see a result in Dixon for weeks, and that the count could come down to just hundreds of votes.
Yeah, that was David Crisafulli there. He joined. He was in Dixon. He made his way around a few southeast Queensland suburbs. I'm not sure if our producer has it up, but I spotted this photo. I was chatting to a Peter Dutton volunteer this morning at that same polling booth. I just want to show you the graffiti. He said it. He woke up this morning and he saw it on his front lawn. It's, think what you want of it, but we're seeing it more and more. Obviously, Peter Dutton had his office in Arana Hills vandalised 3 times over the election campaign, most notably, I think it was last week or so, poured with red paint and these Word documents printed out. And had spray paint written on there, fascist on the pavement below. Just another thing. Obviously, in Dixon, it is a high-profile seat. It is obviously containing the opposition leader, so there will be hatred towards that. And this is one of the only seats that can actually vote for the leader and the local member as well. So we will be watching this seat throughout the night, and the polling, the campaigning has been the sort of slogan, Peter Dutton can't be PM if he isn't the MP. So that's been their main slogan. There's lots of T-shirts today, don't risk Dutton, things like that. So it will be, Dixon will be a very interesting seat to watch as the night goes on.
It absolutely will be, Roman. Thank you. Amazing work, by the way. Got David Crisafulli there. Lovely stuff. Roman, thank you very much. And by the way, for those at home, because I keep getting asked, I still 100% think Dixon is LNP retain, maybe even swing towards, but who knows what I know. Maggie, I'll get to you because I just want your thoughts just quickly there before we move on to other stuff. Dixon, you're the election expert here. Any chance at all, Dutton could lose that?
I think Labor has quite a good chance in Dixon, actually. Peter Dutton does have the extra high-profile advantage of, being the leader of the opposition. He's got a very high profile now, especially among people who are disengaged with politics. Even then, people will know his name. And that does give him an advantage in his electorate. But, his seat is only held by 2%, and we're expecting a swing towards Labor in Queensland. And so, it really could fall at the state election. Labor did a pretty good job of retaining seats within that area, to my understanding. Seats like Pine Rivers, they were able to hold despite a swing towards the LNP statewide. So really, there could be momentum. I honestly doubt Ellie Smith will get up. I think she announced her campaign a bit too late. And it's a bit of, untested territory for community independence. The outer suburbs, places which are middle class, as opposed to, very wealthy areas. It's really just not demographically an area where a community independent does often do well. So I think it'll be a bit too late for Ellie Smith to be able to reach the top 2 in that electorate. I think Ali France has a good chance, but Peter Dutton is probably the most likely to win that seat.
Yeah, agreed. And also Ali France, again, as you said, right? candidate 3 elections in a row here. She's clearly got the name recognition. Ellie Smith, I know she's building it up, but she doesn't, not to the same level of Ali France, I reckon. Maggie, also, on the subject of independence, we have obviously quite a few in Parliament now, some or many Teals, some not, some are ex-coalition incumbents running as independents. You have Ian Goodner, Russell Broadbent, Andrew G. Anyway, you have those. How do you reckon this night is going to go for independents broadly? And I'll note as well, we've discussed, or we've mentioned tonight, things like Wannon and Bradfield, which will be really key.
Okay, that is definitely a contest which, you know, is a bit of a, like, we can't really be confident about how independents will fare in this environment. I think they are probably going to do well. At the same time, the sort of policies and the sort of, you know, ideas that are being presented this election aren't gender equality, they aren't integrity, even climate change isn't really on the agenda. It's cost of living and it's housing. I don't know how that's going to fare for these independents, but I would give Alex Dyson a good shot in Wannon. I'd give Andrew G a good shot in Clare, Russell Broadbent, you know, Nicolette Boyle, not sure how to pronounce that last name, Kaz Heiss. All these independents have a very good shot at taking those seats. And I just don't really think there's room for the coalition to take back anything. In places like Kooyong or Curtin, I don't think the coalition will be able to, you know, magically get a swing towards them after the disastrous results of 2022 for them in those regions. I just don't think it lines up.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Maggie, thanks. And Stuart, I will just ask the question because it is the one that people are going to look for tonight, even though I don't think it's going to be a outcome. Just quickly, your thoughts, Dixon?
Dixon will be a retain. He does have the bonus of being the incumbent. Of course, we are looking potentially. My figures are a Labour minority government, but I am inclined to agree with you that yes, Peter Dutton will retain his seat. It'll be one of the most marginal seats out there, but I think he will be able to just hold on.
Yeah, well, we'll look for that. So, you're in a, I think Maggie just froze. Stuart, I'll start with you. Just, you're in a situation, not a situation, you're in a state, I should say, that has all sorts of contests, right? You have independent versus Liberals. You have Greens versus Labor, Greens versus Liberals, Liberals versus Labor. Everyone forgets about that one, right? Where do you see the results mattering the most in Queensland? Is it just those 3 Green seats, or do we have any other kind of sleeper results that could be worth watching?
Look, the big one for me would be potentially looking at going to Leichhardt as well. Potentially, that's when you got to look at as well. So there are a few seats out there that, I mean, even Groom, which is my own seat in Toowoomba, we've been conservative from day one, from 1901. Susie Holt, who is a Teal independent, last election made some headway, I believe, from memory. 2-party figures for that last year had a margin of around 6.9%, I believe, was the margin there. So it's definitely going to see some ground in Queensland. I mentioned, I believe, last time around, or it would have been Queensland election last year, that the Greens have a head start in Brisbane. I don't think you're going to see too many Teals making much headway there. The Greens did have the advantage, of course, of last time round securing all 3 seats pretty handily as well. So I think as a whole, Teal's state's probably going to be the Teal's weakest state will probably be Queensland. I mean, you're going to see swings. I expect to see another swing in Groom tonight. But I don't think Teals have much of a chance at making headway in Queensland. Other independents, again, not so much. For some reason, Queensland doesn't like going independents at a federal level, but like independents at a state level. It's a very weird dynamic, probably the result of having no Senate. I'll blame it on that. But potentially, yeah, Brisbane, but Leichhardt as well. And I mean, I'm going to be watching Dixon, of course, as well.
Quite frankly, I blame everything on there being no Senate in Queensland. We do have our first results in. I don't know what seat they're from. Evidently, they're like 0.0001 of the national total. But wherever it is, it's Coalition 25, Labor 99, Greens 31, One Nation 7, Trumpet 0. I presume it's a seat they didn't run in.
others 65. I have no idea what seat that is, but it's just popped
So
up.
currently the figures we've got in are from Fowler and Bean, to my understanding.
Okay, that makes sense for the other vote
But
then.
they're very small figures.
Ridiculously
Independent is second in Bean, notably, but those are very, very early figures. And in Fowler, it looks like Independent Daily is behind on primary votes, but also these are such minuscule figures that really I don't think they're worth paying attention to.
No, they're not. But something we've got to mention when the first results are in. But yeah, ignore whatever you're saying. Okay, so a 59.5, 40.5 coalition is not going to be the national two-party preferred. All right, let's calm down a little. I'm sure everyone's up and excited. You know, I'm not crazy about this. So that's a kind of nothing result there. But these are the early results that we love because we can just kind of talk about them and pretend we're going to get crazy outcomes like legalized cannabis is going to win a lower house seat or trumpets, or actually the one legitimate claim where you can say One Nation might win a seat, and I'm going to keep coming back to this tonight, is Hunter. Now, I think it's unlikely. I'm not tipping it. No one here is tipping it, I think. No one here is tipping it. But Hunter is a seat where in 2019, the New Nationals and the One Nation were very, very close. There's been some polling that's had One Nation ahead of the Nationals. This is Hunter, held by Dan Rapaccioli in New South Wales. Maggie, you've observed minor party results for ages. One Nation has never won a seat in the House of Representatives. Pauline Hanson held it. She never won it as a One Nation candidate. Is it possible that they pick up Hunter?
I think there is a possibility, honestly. This is the one seat where there is a possible One Nation game, as you were saying. Hunter is there's a big coal mining region near Singleton and near Cessnock and Korokoro. There's very working class, and it's a Labour v Nat contest usually, but One Nation managed, I believe, over 20% back in what would have to be 2019. And since then, One Nation has kind of, their vote has collapsed in that area with their candidate from 2019 becoming an independent. And now that candidate is running for One Nation against Stuart Bonds. So really, One Nation, maybe they do have a chance of overtaking the Nationals, especially considering just how well they are polling nationally. That might be reflected in Hunter.
All right, you can see that total there. I love we got Catters, but no centre alliance. I think that just shows, why do we have centre alliance? I keep asking Rebecca Sharkey, what's the point of this? Anyway, here's a fun headline that just dropped like half an hour ago, and this is not usually a headline that you're supposed to have before results start counted. From 9 newspapers, Liberals organised meetings. Senior coalition figures have started scheduling meetings with party power brokers for tomorrow morning to discuss who might replace Peter Dutton. I want to remind you, this was reported before votes had closed. And look, coalition could still very well win, but that's always an odd sign. Now, speaking of the coalition, by the way, for those of you at home who are fun party sources, DMs are open if you've got things to say. We were speaking to a coalition source earlier. That party, or the Liberal Party, I should say, is maybe not confidence the right word, but they said Goldstein, that's held by Teal Independent Zoe Daniel, that's in Melbourne, is definitely in play. The Liberal candidate there's Tim Wilson, the former MP who lost his seat back in 2022. To Daniel. So keep an eye on Goldstein tonight, and also keep an eye on Kooyong, the battle for Kooyong. It's my seat, so haven't I been lucky? Just tons and tons and tons and tons of corporate. I've got a big pile there which will be explored later. But Kooyong has been insane this campaign. Who would win that? We'll have a look. We want to go to the Gold Coast now because it does look like candidates are starting to arrive. Now, I'm not sure if we can speak to Levi Knight yet, or actually, can we? I can see he's kind of lining up his shot. But Levi Knight is on the Gold Coast. He's at a Greens event. I'm 50% sure he can hear me. But it looks like candidates have just started arriving there. There are, obviously, this is kind of a main Greens event. Levi, if you can hear me, what are you saying there?
Arrived. They're currently doing interviews, and they're expected to do a speech in the half an hour that they're here before they've got to head away. Look, everyone's really, really excited here and really, really optimistic for this Brisbane area. we're just waiting to see where the kids are at. In a moment.
We can come back to you in a sec, Levi. Thank you.
Yes.
But we'll keep an eye on. Yeah, we will. We will keep an eye on all these seats because the Greens. I think Maggie is right in what she said that the Greens could be anything between like 2 and 7 this election. I think it's very, very hard to tip them this election, which is why I went with nothing ever happens at 4. Isn't that always the safest pick? Stuart, just unpack. I think, did you say 3 Greens? I don't remember. Just unpack what your thoughts around where the Greens could have a good or a bad night.
Yeah. So for me, potentially looking at Wills and Richmond as the 2 seats that Greens can gain. Of course, Griffith and Brisbane. I'm pretty confident that the Greens will retain Ryan. I don't think there's any doubt there about the Greens in Ryan. Definitely, look, Brisbane is... Brisbane's probably the one of the 2 that they're most likely to lose. And I believe even the Greens have admitted as much about the situation in Brisbane, the seat of Brisbane. Griffith, I reckon they can probably hold Griffith. Richmond Wills would be gains probably, unless someone can work out what goes in McNamara. They could gain McNamara, but no one's going to know what happened in him. I think last time round we were waiting for like 7 days to find out the result in McNamara. So I don't think we're going to get anything out of that now, anything out of that pretty soon. So it's potentially a Greens gain there, but no one's going to know for a week's time. So Greens will lose 1 seat in Brisbane is my figures. Brisbane the city, not Brisbane the seat, but they'll lose Brisbane the seat as well. It's incredibly confusing. Imagine having a seat called Sydney or a seat called Melbourne in the city of Melbourne or the city of Sydney. It would never happen. But yeah, that's my calls for Brisbane is lose Brisbane and retain Griffith.
We do have a seat called Melbourne. We will be talking about Melbourne, by the way, which is Adam Bandt's seat, and I will pull out
right,
the
you do, yeah.
We have a seat called Sydney too. It's held by Tanya Plibersek. I think there's a seat called Perth and Adelaide as well. There's no seat called Hobart though. There's no seat called Darwin. No. There is one called Canberra though. Anyway, what the hell are we talking about? Greens could be interesting. You can see, yeah, that's a signage there. Few celebrity candidates. Anthony Koutoufides, the former Carlton footballer, mayoral candidate last year. Tim Smith, who was on maths and thinks MP stands for Minister of Parliament. He's running for the city of Melbourne. Isn't that great? So they're running. I don't think they're going to make out a single digits, maybe not even collectively. Really, that should be a safe Greens hold. By how much? We'll see if it is still safe. But that is interesting. Now, not because I've been reminded, but because I organically reminded, of course. Graphics. We've got a lot of information to bring you tonight. These are, well, local government elections have a lot, but bigger than any state election, we have got a lot of graphics prepared for you tonight. We'll get to them a little later, but I know Maggie Perry's been working hard for them. I think the important thing to note is, of course, some of the seat numbers, as we've already discussed tonight, they're going to be off early on, right? They're going to be really, really weird figures. So don't necessarily pay attention to them. But still, we're looking at them. So seats where we do have results in that we know: Calare, Leichhardt, Riverina, Wright, Fenner, MacArthur, Mallee, Maranoa, Wannon, Whitlam, Longman, Parks, Clark, Hinkler, Kingford Smith, Lindsay, Bean, and Fowler are the seats where we have results in. And also, just because it does keep popping up, we're right when we say there's 150 seats. Bullwinkle established, North Sydney abolished, Higgins abolished. 150 seats. It likes to fluctuate like this. It's not very fun, but in a sec. So I think we're going to get to Maggie Perry, or am I saying something wrong? We will go to Maggie. Okay, we'll go to Maggie Perry now. She's got some analysis. Maggie.
So I just wanted to pull out some graphics, but currently we're looking at the seat of Lindsay. We've got, this is the most amount of vote, 1% pretty much counted in the seat of Lindsay. And this is just one vote. This is very early results, and it's a huge swing away from Liberals, swing towards Labor, swing towards Greens. On projected numbers for from the ABC, Labor would be getting a plus 4% swing, two-party preferred. with those results. But these are very early numbers, 0.8% counted. There's also a few other seats where there's, just one booth counted at the moment. And the seats like Longman, where there looks like a swing towards Labor, Wannon, Leichhardt, Calare, we've got very early results. Particularly Calare, it looks like both independents are outpolling Labor on these very early figures.
All right, we'll look at Calare little later, because that's a three-way race with two independents. So's Monash. Monash is a four-way race, really, if you include Labor. Weird. Where do you think, Stuart, these defectors could end up? Some of them lost pre-selection, but Russell Broadbent, Monash, Ian Goodenough, Moore, and Andrew G. Calare. Where do you think these ex-coalition independents could end up tonight?
Let's not forget Rennick as well as being in the mix. Although that's Senate, but still, also he's in the mix as well. They have the benefit of being incumbents. On the other hand, they now lose the backing of the party. So the question then becomes, is it the benefit of the candidates or the benefit of the party? For example, one that came to mind for me, actually, to do slightly different would be looking at Craig Kelly. Craig Kelly has the advantage. It's probably the one. His seat is probably the one Senate seat that the Libertarian Party can take, and I'm getting there. So don't. I'm getting to my point I'm trying to make. He has had the ability to draw from One Nation, the UAP, and Liberals and Libertarian. I'm fortunate to think he's going to be the exception, not the rule. Craig Kelly could get a seat because he has the benefit of having so many parties behind him. I reckon he has the pull of that party vote here. But for people like Russell Broadbent, I don't think it's the same situation. No longer being in their party, especially in one Asheville seats, it's probably going to go and be replaced by another Liberal there. I don't see many of the people, the party defectors, really going anywhere. Again, Craig Kelly, although not a party defector in the same sense as being a
Not this
MP.
term, anyway.
Yeah.
No.
Yes, but
No.
it's the point of party pool would be there for Craig Kelly. I don't think party pool is going to be there for anyone else.
Yeah,
So again, going to Broadbent as the example there.
Yeah, Broadbent's in an interesting situation. I think he's got even more, candidates there because Labor's somewhat viable and not viable, maybe not necessarily, but with a two-party preferred result last time, Deb Leonard was on 10-ish% as the Teal independent, the one controversially recommended preferences by Trumpeter Patriots, who will, I'm sure, mention a few times tonight. I'm not even sure all result. I think like 6 seats are in, and we may as well call Trumpeter Patriots won't win a single one. But Maggie, I'll let you jump in.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of these very, very early results. You may remember, notably last election, for example, these early results were saying a swing to the Liberals, and that did not eventuate. So I'll always take these early results with a grain of salt. But in the seat of Bruce, which is a working class electorate in Melbourne Southeast, somewhat marginal for Labor, it's currently looking like, I want to say, swing towards Labor on these current numbers, a very notable swing towards Labor. And in Maranoa, there's a sizable vote for Jared Rennick, who's on 6%. But these are very, very early figures. Really, there's not much to be read from them. Just want to point out that we do have figures to an extent.
Yeah, we do. And we're very closely monitoring not the Gold Coast, we're monitoring Brisbane in the corner of my eye. Is that Max Chandler-Mather in the dark? I can't tell. Is it just some... No, it's not. Some shadowy figure.
I think we've also got our first results in from Wills. That's a hugely important
give me the Wills
seat here.
results. Give me the Wills results.
Yeah, okay. We've just got primary figures at this moment, I believe. Socialist Alliance is getting a 5% swing towards them. These are extrapolated numbers. Labor plus 1%, Greens plus 2%, Cannabis plus 2%, Liberals minus 2%. These are very early figures. This looks like, I'm going to assume, booth in the southern half of the electorate. If there's going to be swings to the Greens, it'll be in the north, where Palestine and cost of living is much more of a present issue, while Wills is a very divided seat that, the swings may flow very differently, but at the moment, swing towards both Labor and Greens doesn't look like much changing at the moment.
Those figures are coming out of Mooney, so that would be heavy Green support there. So only one polling booth reporting in Wills.
In Mooney Ponds, did you say?
Yeah, Mooney Ponds is the one polling booth reporting in
That's
Wills.
outside the electorate, so we're going to have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'm saying what I'm saying is we've only got one booth, so take things with a grain of salt. Exactly.
Yeah, that's going to be the message for the next few hours.
I mean, you're drawing on absentee votes. Based on geography, you're probably going to have more Green supporters going there than you would say going to some of the other out of seat absent booths. But this is a booth. Mooney Ponds is a booth you're going to see a lot of Greens absentee votes coming out from.
I did also want to point out that we have some early figures from one. We've got 5 polling places in. And currently that has independent Alex Dyson getting a 10% swing towards him. And the Liberals, 2% swing towards them as well. Looks like it's hard to tell really where most of that vote is coming from. But it looks like it's the Greens and the parties who aren't contesting, as well as Labor, whose primary has really taken a hit.
Yeah, all right. It does look like we have, he's on mute, Levi, so I'm sure he knows his Zoom is on mute. There we go. We have, still on mute. There we go. Levi Knight's there. He's got Max Chandler-Mather with him. Levi.
Yes, we do. Max, the candidate for Griffith. Max, it's been an intense campaign. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really grateful for our incredible movement of volunteers. I was just saying today, meeting so many people who are both voting and volunteering with the Greens for the first time, from all walks of life, teachers, nurses, pensioners, students, people who are just hopeful for a better future. And I couldn't be prouder of them.
Yep. We walked around the community today and you've got some really, really intense support. How does that make you feel?
Really humbling. And I always remind myself and I always remind people that it's a team effort and it's a collective movement. I'm just a part of it. And all of the free community meals that we run in the 4 public schools, all the pushing for housing and renters' rights and the $3 billion we secured from the government in negotiations on housing, all happened as a result of a broad movement. I'm just a part of it. And so I always remind myself when I see that electoral politics always focuses on individuals, but actually in the Greens, for us, it's a lot about grassroots.
So regardless of the result tonight, what's your plans looking ahead?
Well, it really depends on the results, of course. But I think as a result of the last few months of campaigning, we recruited way more volunteers than we expected. And we've built this amazing capacity that we'd love to go and use and continue pushing in Parliament for stronger action on housing, climate, and cost of living. But, I think we'll be able to expand our free community breakfasts in public schools, our community meals and community support and things like that. And I'm really looking forward to it if we get the chance.
Okay, Bruin, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thanks for having me.
Levi, thank you very much. Max Chandler-Mather there, member for Griffith, Greens MP, and he is in a very key seat here tonight. So we really appreciate him making the time, and hopefully we can catch up again with him a little later. That is the Greens function there in Gold Coast, by the way. I got that wrong. It was, I'm right now. It's Brisbane. So thank you very much to Max Chandler-Mather there, Levi. Thank you very much. We've talked a lot about Griffith tonight. We'll keep talking about Griffith, I'm sure. Maggie, I maybe interrupted you as we were just going to him. So I don't know if there are any other figures that you wanted to mention just before we went there.
Well, actually, I've just been pulling up graphics for another seat that we're going to have to watch. Braddon, which will have some very interesting results. I'll tell you that from very shortly. And we've just got an early count in some seats like Capricornia, just about 1 polling booth in some of these key seats like Leichhardt, places like Calais, Bradfield, so not really of substance. Just waiting for more substantial results to come in. I will take a look at Capricornia vote. And I'm noticing on the ABC count, you scroll through the swings to each party, and I'm noticing a lot of swings to Labor in these seats with only a handful of booths, which is very interesting. That's very early results.
It's
We
interesting. Yeah.
can't extrapolate that too much.
It's interesting. It's interesting, but it's early. For what it's worth, if you want some stupidly early results, with 0.1% in, independent ahead in Bradfield by about 5%. We'll go to Austin Pollock now in the newsroom. Austin, the seat of Ryan has also been very, very interesting, right? This is another Queensland seat, arguably maybe the safer Queensland seat for the Greens here, held by Elizabeth Watson-Brown. What are we seeing out of there?
It's interesting, Leo, and as I was saying before, Griffith, Ryan and Brisbane, those are those three green slide seats, and we just spoke to Max Chandler-Mather there from Griffith. But out of all of those three seats, you're definitely right. The Greens are certainly going to be the safest in that seat of Ryan, and they are going up against the Liberal National Party's Maggie Forrest and Rebecca Hack from Labor. It is a marginal Green seat, around 2.6%, their main opponent being the LNP in this case. But an interesting story I had, and during this Cyclone Alfred, as I touched on a little bit earlier, and it's my cousin lives out there, and she was telling me how on the ground Elizabeth Watson-Brown was, and she was getting out there and actually providing urgent messages to the community, and their local government member is LNP, and I believe their state member is as well for where they are. And they were saying just how hands-on Elizabeth was. She was providing daily updates, daily messages, and also sending out, apparently, according to Elizabeth's social media and according to what my cousin told me out there, was that the Greens used their own money actually to send out food deliveries during the floods to people who couldn't get to the shops. And her mum, my auntie, called the council and other state members for assistance, and they didn't really offer much, but then she went to Elizabeth's team, and they really went to help them. They were cut off, they were cut off, the trees were down around their house and stuff, and that's something that's going to pay off, especially now in this seat of Ryan. Elizabeth Watson-Brown doing stuff like that in the community so close to an election is certainly going to pay off for her by what it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be interesting to see. Austin, thank you. Now, Maggie, I'll get your thoughts on this, which is something that has popped up today. It's a bit of one of those Labor Greens controversies. The Greens have issued open how-to-vote cards in Deakin and Menzies. Those are two critical seats. That is essentially payback for Labor not recommending preferences to anyone in McNamara, which the Greens could win. And this is from Menzies. And I'm on a green screen, so it's a terrible idea. But the point being, put one in the box and then number the other boxes of your choice. Is the Greens, yeah, you can see it in front of me, is the Greens messaging that they have put out. This is the seat of Menzies. They've done it as well in Deakin. Maggie, could this have an impact? Because most Greens voters anyway vote Labor, right? I don't know whether it's necessarily following the how-to-vote card, but at the end of the day, their preferences flow to Labor overwhelmingly. Could this have an impact?
I really don't think it will, and there's a few reasons for this. First of all, this how-to-vote card, I believe, didn't actually pop up until election day. So all the pre-poll votes, which is going to be about half of the votes, honestly, in these seats, they didn't have those how-to-vote cards being distributed, to my understanding. And on the Senate as well, the Greens recommended preferences to Labor, no mention of the Liberals. So that's definitely going to still send preferences to Labor. I highly doubt this really changes more than 0.2 or 0.3% of the vote, and I don't think the result will be that close, even though it was that close last time. I think we'll see a somewhat confident swing to either party, depending on who wins in these areas.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to follow. Australia's Voice doesn't have a logo on their thing, by the way. Australia's Voice, by the way, is not going to win a Senate seat. We may as well call it a Senate seat. That Federal Payments Party, they're not going to win a Senate seat. For some reason, they also don't have, according to this at least, they don't have a logo on the ballot. Yeah, I think that's right. I think I didn't see it. My dad went to vote, so that's weird. Trumpets don't either. Call it good company, call it bad company, whatever you want to call it. Put a logo on the ballot. That's what they're there for.
I mean, in theory, as the GovCheck reporter, there is no right to have your name on. You had to have your logo on the ballot paper anyway. That was part of the point of the UAP case, is that it's
no
it's
right, but
on
it's
them
weird
to
that
do
they
it.
aren't. They have a logo. Use it. It's look. Who cares? We're arguing about logos now, and we're 49 minutes in. The Libertarians will be one that I think will be interesting to watch tonight. Here's one of theirs. This is from Kooyong. Now, I've probably got a better one that has Jordan Dittloff's actual face on it. I think this is their best chance. I know you said Craig Kelly, Stuart. I think Victoria is the Libertarians' best chance. Jordan Dittloff has been campaigning for a ridiculously long time. They don't have the AP here. They had a decent result last time. I'm not saying they will. I haven't tipped them. I have not tipped them. I think Fiona Patton will get in Victoria, frankly. But I think it's their best chance. What do you reckon about where the campaign could stand in Victoria? Because that's arguably a three-way race between One Nation Libertarians and legalised cannabis. I don't think Purple Fingers is going to get in.
No, I'm with you on that. I would probably have One Nation slightly ahead for the three of them, if we're talking Victoria. I mean, you're looking at, effectively, they're all vying for, or at least the One Nation and Libertarians are vying for the same voters who elected Babet last time around. So that's effectively who they're fighting over there, is the Babet supporters. Legalised cannabis can't draw on those. Legalised cannabis has to draw on disaffected voters leaving the Libertarian Party and leaving Greens or Labor. Legalised cannabis, of course, would gain benefits from preference flows from those two. I don't have the how to vote cards in front of that for me, but I'd imagine that Liberals are probably putting One Nation below the Libertarian Party. Someone can fact check me on that. I don't have the figures in front of me for that.
Probably.
But I'm probably saying that One Nation might be slightly ahead, purely because the fact that they'd get Babet supporters, B, you get some preference flows from Labor, and you'll get a few preferences from Liberals.
Quickly, Stuart, I was just going to say, for what it's worth, yeah, this is your Liberal core flute in Victoria. Core flute, how to vote card. Senate is Coalition 1, Family First 2, Libertarians 3, One Nation 4, Sustainable 5, Democrats 6. We'll go to Roman McKinnon now while we're talking about, unless I'm jump scaring him. Roman, is he jump? No, there we go. Roman McKinnon, who's at the LNP event in Brisbane. We think it's Brisbane. Roman, just quickly, because we've been talking about LNP there. What do you make of kind of the situation?
Yeah, I want to touch on, just quickly before we get to that, I want to touch on, excuse me, I want to touch on Victoria and the key seats there. Of course, Deakin, one of those main ones, 0.02%. There's obviously been a little bit of redistribution after the abolishment of Higgins. We are expecting the Liberals to retain that simply because the Victorian Labor Premier, Jacinta Allan, is simply unpopular. So the Liberals, should I say, the coalition really need to pick up pretty much all of the Victorian seats they possibly can for them to form government. So that's sort of their path. Their path does run through Victoria, and if they can pick up all of those seats in Victoria, then it would give them a little bit more hope and a higher chance of forming government in some way. Also, Menzies, 0.4% of the vote. That's held by, 0.4% margin there. That's held by the Labor. Projections are a coalition gain, including as well as in Casey, a 1.4% margin. The Liberals should retain that. And of course, yours, Leo Kooyong, that's going to be a very interesting seat to watch, 2.2% margin there. Obviously up against, it's an independent Liberal battle, which is interesting, as well as Chisholm on a 3.3% margin. Labor holds that one. So Victoria will definitely be one of those big states to watch, as well as New South Wales and as well as WA. I find WA will be interesting, particularly for the coalition. If they are to find a way to form government, it will have to be definitely through Victoria, and they can hopefully find a way through New South Wales, WA, and at this point in the night, they're just hoping to claim as many seats as possible. Obviously, that's the aim, but claim as many as those coalition-safe seats as possible, just so they can really get those numbers up. And then, as the results flow, see what happens in those semi-marginal and marginal seats.
No worries. We'll keep a close eye on ends of this. Thank you. Maggie, you have been waiting very patiently. You've got some numbers for us. Go ahead.
Currently, just wanted to look at the seat of Dutton, which is on Tasmania's west coast. It's held by Gavin Pearce, and Gavin Pearce is now retiring. If we go to the results page here, this might take a second. We don't have a two-party preferred count, but we do have a very, very substantial swing to Labor at these few moves that have reported. Insane swings of 23%. I don't think that's going to be looking at other seats, that isn't replicated, so it is really hard to tell what's going on here. However, Trumpet of Patriots on 8% and One Nation on 9% is also very substantial. There's really just been some very surprising seat results, also in places like Richmond, where the Greens have seen a swing against them by the looks of it, and that's a seat the Greens were trying to gain. Places like Bean, we got more results. Bonner, Brisbane. Actually, we've just gotten our first results, so I'll take a look at that now. But the point is, everything's starting to flow. Everything's starting to come in. And at Brisbane, it looks like a swing away from the Greens, a swing towards Labor, and a swing away from the LNP, which seems expected.
Yeah, early in the night. That's the obvious thing that we should keep mentioning. And you look at, again, some of these seats that are in, Banks, Barton, Bass, Bean, Bendigo, etc., etc. Bean. We've been hearing a lot about Bean. I've been hearing a lot about Bean in my head. Not in my head. I'm not crazy. I've been hearing it from people. People have been talking to me. Real people. Anyway, Bean keeps being mentioned. So we'll see how the independent there goes. Labor should still retain it, you'd think, but maybe Labor independent, two candidate preferred, all kind of interesting possible results. And for what it's worth, no one mentioned it because maybe we've forgotten about them, but South Australia and NT closed their polls 27 minutes ago. So keep an eye on that, and especially the seats like Sturt and Boothby. There is music playing in my ear, so I presume we're going to go to break now. Coming up, we're going to have lots of guests. We're going to speak to a lot of people. Purple Piggers might be on if you're a Purple Piggers fan. If you're not, pretend he's not on. But we've got a lot more coming up. Results are still coming in. WA still an hour away from closing, but we've got everything for you. Stay with us now. You're watching 6 News Live as Australia decides.
I'm Austin Pollock, and this is 6 News.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Catter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christofouli, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Parliament House, our capital, where the winner tonight will determine our future for the next 3 years. Liberal leader Peter Dutton, with over 20 years in Parliament, looking to replicate the feats of his predecessor.
I have always believed in miracles.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, hoping voters stick with the devil they know, rather than the devil they don't.
We have a plan for cost of living relief today, but investing in tomorrow.
Then there's the Greens, the minor parties and the independents. They'll be playing a crucial role in who forms government. So, weeks of campaigning all comes down to this. 18 million voters having their say. 1,456 candidates looking for your vote. 150 seats up for grabs. But there will only be one Prime Minister. Live around Australia, this is Election 2025 on 6 News. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
7:01 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back into our special live election coverage right here on 6 News. I'm Leonardo Puglisi. There's no daylight saving, so Queensland closed an hour ago. So really, we're still waiting for WA to close in another hour, 59 odd minutes. But every other state is closed. Norfolk Island's closed even. They closed hours ago. But that's Norfolk Island for you. So we will keep following all those results for you. We've got early results in, and I think it really needs to be stressed how early these results are, if we can all just calm down collectively. There's like 1% in nationwide at most. Most seats I don't think are even counting at the moment. Let's all chill. Plenty of results and stuff to come tonight, and we will cover it all for you. Our teams with us, Austin Pollux, busy behind the scenes, Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, and Levi Knight and Roman McKinnon will join us shortly as well from their respective on-the-ground locations. Stuart, Labor's ahead in Ryan. It's 2% in. It's 2% in. Does it matter?
How many booths do we have in? We have, it's only 2 booths in. We've got, one of them's pre-poll. So only got 2 booths in, but again, Greens currently sitting in 3rd in Ryan reporting. AEC has a 9% swing towards Labor. Again, it's early figures, but yeah, Ryan. I don't think we have anything in yet for Brisbane. I'll just check if we've gotten anything in yet for Brisbane that the AEC is reporting. We've got some figures, not much. Yeah, the figures we've got for Brisbane have Greens in 3rd there as well. So Greens 3rd in Ryan, 3rd in Brisbane. And to wrap it all up, I'll just pull up Griffith as well, just to see where they are in Griffith. And our figures in Griffith have them sitting in 1st. Slight swing. So they're ahead in Griffith, they're behind in Ryan, and they're up behind in Brisbane. It isn't what we expected, but it's what we've got.
It's not what we expected, but no one should expect the first 2% in, right? Maggie, you speak to people on the ground with these kind of things a lot. Again, do these results really count this early? This early in these seats, in any seat at all?
I think they're still important indicators. Anthony Green was just going over to see at Braddon, where it looks like Labor's getting a 14% primary swing in their favour and the Liberals down double digits. These are really interesting figures. Also wanted to note, I've only really mentioned these seats where Labor's got a huge swing. These are honestly outliers. there's also other seats like Bradfield, where the independent Nicolette Boyle has a huge swing towards her. There's just a lot of figures coming in from a lot of places, and currently working on graphics right now. Just looking at some other figures, looks like in Canberra there's an 8% swing away from the Greens. Sorry, pulled up graphics. Those are old grading results, but really a lot of swings coming in, and really hard to tell what's going on. I think the Labor's not performing too badly, though. That's the one thing.
Yeah, and that will be interesting to see, because I don't think we really expect there to be a perfect national trend, right? There are going to be really weird seats that don't make much sense compared to other seats. Bass. Well, I want to see Bass in a sec. Bass is held by Bridget Archer, who is a Liberal, and Labor is trying to win that one. So we'll keep an eye on Bass in a second. I literally just had figures show up, and now they're gone. So where are you, Bass?
I've got Bass if you want it.
If you've got it, go ahead.
I have some Bass figures, and it's pretty much neck and neck. This is sort of thing, early figures. Sometimes you have wild swings, and sometimes you have them neck and neck, and it's incredibly inconsistent. We have 3 booths in. No, 4. We have 4 booths in. 4 booths in Bass, and it's still pretty close. We don't have any TCP in yet. But looking at the early figures, we have Labor's ahead slightly of the swing towards Labor, which is what the Liberals want. Greens coming in third, and then One Nation. With Liberals in second place, Greens' preferences would flow towards Labor. So with Greens in third, Liberals in second, Labor in first. Preference flows would probably put Labor ahead, which is not a seat, which is not what the Liberals were hoping there. Bridget Archer being knocked out is one of their, I guess, heavy hitters per se, and it wouldn't be looking good for them if Bridget Archer is out after this election.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Hey, just as we've been speaking about Bean, which has an independent ahead at the moment, that's Jesse Price, 53.7 to David Smith, the current MP's 46.3. Labor source tells me things are rocky for Dave Smith, but the party wants to see more of a vote from the Tuggeranong area. A strong Liberal vote in the south is good
We
for
have
them.
7 booths in for that.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. For all we know, it may not end up as an independent versus Labor. These are early results, but that's one Labor source on the account in Bean at the moment. So other is ahead. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Maggie, any? I know we follow these crossbench seats and the potential crossbench seats. Was Bean ever? I don't really remember it being focused on as a realistic gain. But maybe I'm wrong.
I considered it possible. I never really covered it, but I think it was possible. I mean, the Liberals and Greens are both directing preferences to this independent. And right now, really, it looks like her vote has come from the Liberals and the Greens, not so much Labor, as well as the other vote here has coalesced around Jessie Price, the independent. Currently, she's on 28%, Labor 36%. The Greens on 15 and Liberals on 22, and the independent would win on those numbers, but early figures do seem to overestimate independents in areas like this. So I do think we should be very cautious about everything. Right now, I am noticing the Greens seem to generally be down, with the exception of working class areas like Western Sydney. But those are very early trends that could very easily reverse.
Very easily, unbelievably easily, things could change for literally any candidate, any party, any seat.
We have a bunch of figures in for Kennedy, including some 2PP figures through the AEC, 7% counted there, and they've got Kennedy and they've got Catter well ahead in Kennedy. I think
Can we just call it? Incorrect? He's not going to lose Kennedy. May as well call it. Well, not officially, guys, but let's pretend for the sake of it, we're saying he's going to win. None of us thought he'd lose. But No surprise, is there, Stuart? I mean, he's got the dynasty, and at the point where he retires, if he chooses to, he's got a son who I'm sure would take the seat well and pretty immediately.
Same last name as well, so that's even a second advantage.
Sons tend to, but that seat is Katter dynasty territory.
I know, but it's like it's big. Yeah, it's still the same name. You're not having to change the name.
Of course.
So that's definitely good for them.
He's also Robbie Katter, right? It's another Bob.
Yes.
This is the third Bob Katter. It's amazing.
If we need to have Robbie needs to name a kid Robert, and then we've got Robert the Third. And then now we have royalty.
Wouldn't he be the fourth? Bob Senior, current Bob, Robbie. That'd be the fourth.
Robert the Fourth. Robert the Fourth. There we go.
I told you, it's a king. He's the king of Kennedy, like him or not. So we'll see. We'll have a look there throughout the night, and we'll also look to the other seat that people forget is technically held by a party, Mayo, which we all have predicted will be held by Centre Alliance. I would suspect that's maintained. I don't believe we have any results out of Mayo at the moment.
If we do, that'd be really, really early. I'll just double check those figures.
As is everything. At the moment.
No, we have one booth in. Sorry, we have 3 booths in. 2 of them being pre-poll. So we have some early figures in the seat of Mayo. And Sharky's in 3rd.
Very early results must be emphasized.
Yes, you have 3 booths that have some figures.
I'm just going to look at the booth match results, so we can look at the swings there in Mayo. So currently we've got 3 booths reporting that has the Liberals down 3.5, Centre Alliance down 2.5, Greens up, Labor up substantially by about 3.5%. So I don't think that's any cause for trouble for Rebecca Sharkey. She should be okay with those swings, even if there's a small swing against her, just because the final count will probably be between her group and the Liberals.
Hang on, the Trumpeter Patriots candidate in Mayo has the middle name of Trump. Just sort of point that out. It's another Trump.
That's right.
It's
He changed
Trump.
it, didn't he? That's right.
I will say it's hilarious that the AUC there is reporting 3.34% percentage for Trumpeter Patriots with a swing of plus 2.4%. So basically, the AUC there is admitting that the Trumpets is basically the UAP. So not to say that the AUC has made that concession that Trumpets and the UAP are the one and the same thing, apparently, according to the.
But are they including the Federation Party vote in that? Because the Federation Party's direct successor is Trumpets. Is it a combined UAP Federation? Surely.
I'd have to find out what seats Federation.
You'd have to do the maths.
I'd have to find out what seats the Federation Party ran in. Get back to me on that.
Yeah, it wasn't a majority from memory, or at least it was certainly nowhere near 151 in 2022. 150 seats, by the way, guys, don't forget. Our team here knows it, I'm sure. For what it's worth, in those 4 Greens seats, there's no result in Melbourne, by the way. That's arguably the least interesting of the 4 they hold at the moment. Ryan, Labor ahead 56.8% against the LNP. Brisbane, Labor ahead 63.3% against the Greens. Griffith, Labor ahead 60.6% against the Greens. Now, things are going to be weird in some of the swings you're going to see, because even if these results held, we're talking about potentially like Greens versus LNP last time compared with Greens versus Labor here. The swing is not perfect. So please take that into account. You're going to see some weird swings in some of these results. Same in Brisbane. Ryan, not so much, because they have a notional two-party preferred from last time. Although Ryan, I thought, was the safest Green seat. 5% counted. Labor's ahead there. So we'll see what we hear from the Greens on this seat and the others, and we'll wait for Melbourne. But also, we eagerly await, and I'm just going to bring it up in real time for you. We eagerly await Wills. Now, Wills is held by Labor's Peter Khalil. As it stands, in very, very, very early results, 2 out of 50 centres reporting, none reporting a preference count. Labor has 37.2%, Greens have 30.5%. That's Greens down 2.3%. Primary, the candidate preferred being provided is 53.8 to 46.2. Khalil ahead of Samantha Ratnam, the Greens candidate there. That is with no preference flows. That is an ABC thing. There's 2 out of 50 reporting. It's early, etc., etc., etc. So we will wait there. Maggie, you've been waiting there patiently. Maybe you didn't have anything to say, maybe you do, but I'll get your thoughts on just what we're seeing out of some of these seats where the crossbench and minor parties, independents could be doing well.
I mean, I'd just like to say in general about these results, I'm a bit starstruck by. But I've seen some really big swings to Labor in a lot of areas. Areas they really shouldn't be getting huge swings in. Places like Braddon, I'm trying to remember. They've got a big swing in Griffith. That's an important one. That's the seat of Max Chandler-Mather. If Liberals fall to third, Labor will probably win that, especially with big swings like that. Labor seems to be doing surprisingly well across the board, but still Visa. And I may mention very early, also wanted to say in Leichhardt, we have a big swing to Labor. That's the seat they're trying to gain from Warren Ench, who is retiring from the Liberals. Didn't really answer your question.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. Maggie, I'll admit a concession here. I didn't believe you when you were talking about Leichhardt being interesting. You've talked about it for a while, and maybe it will be, and maybe I should start paying attention to Leichhardt more. Okay. Let's see the fun result, the one that everyone's been talking about for some reason. Stop the count. Labor's ahead in Dixon. They're not going to win it, but that's my thing anyway. 2.6% counted, 55.8 Ali France, 44.2 Peter Dutton. I still don't believe it, but
I'm looking at the match swings in this electorate. So currently on those figures, that's a swing towards Labor of 3%, a swing towards Ellie Smith of 15%. She's contesting newly. Swing away from the Liberals of 10%. That's very substantial, and the Greens are down 7% in that electorate as well.
And there is one. Sorry, Maggie, go ahead.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh, cool. There is one seat that has been called for the Nationals somewhere. It's in rural Queensland.
Maranoa.
Maranoa. Okay, so we can add 1 to the coalition tally. It's not particularly interesting, but we all knew it. So coalition has their first win of the night, which I'm sure everyone is very much shocked by. Hey, that being said, Dixon is not a particularly interesting. What am I saying? Dixon's not particularly interesting. Dixon is a particularly interesting result, but it's early, so no calls there yet. And it looks like there's been a call from New England. We're waiting to hear there.
That also does not surprise me.
Yeah, so I don't think he's on air to talk about it unless Roman does want to talk about the seat he just mentioned in the chat. No, he doesn't. Does he want to? No, he's not. He's off air. Does he? We'll go to him. Okay, we'll let him unmute. But Roman, we just heard one seat called in Queensland. We got a second for the Nationals. This isn't a big surprise, is it?
No surprises here. The seat of New England, Barnaby Joyce, we can call that the Nationals have retained that, as well as Maranoa as well. So there's 2 for New England for the coalition. Just want to talk about these ones. There's just reporting that there's been a big swing towards Labor in Braddon. There's Labor is ahead in Gilmore with 2.25% of the vote counted. That's around 500 votes. Labor is ahead in Gilmore with a 2.25% swing, 500 votes, around 5.9% of the vote there. As I just mentioned, Barnaby Joyce has retained New England. There is a swing away from the coalition in Bass, so that's one to keep an eye on, and a good swing towards Liberals in Wannon, so that's another one. A 4% swing towards Labor in Brisbane, that's Madonna Jarrett. That's another big one, and those inner city, those three, Ryan, Griffith and Brisbane, we've been talking about them all night, but so we will obviously keep a good eye on that. Leichhardt as well in Queensland's top end as such. That will be close. Warren Ench is retiring there, held by the LNP. That one will be close, and that's one that the LNP have poured a lot of money into. I think it's the second most that they've poured into behind Dixon, or it could be the most, and Dixon is the second. There's also a big swing towards Labor in Hawke, so they are the latest in terms of swings and things like that. And as you mentioned, Dixon, it is early, but we'll see what happens as the night progresses.
We will absolutely. Thank you very much, Stuart. I mean, Barnaby Joyce, we always sometimes, because I mean, a lot of like hard on not nationals people don't like him, right? Not necessarily New England voters, but this is one we keep hearing, hope about. He's never going to lose it. The Nationals are never going to lose New England at this rate, at least not to Labor, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at the league again, it's still early figures. We've got potentially a swing towards Barnaby Joyce there. AEC figures have a swing of 10% towards Barnaby Joyce. So no surprises there. Yeah, I mean, he was. It's North New South Wales. New England was pretty much called. Labor has a tenuous grip in North New South Wales, especially in Northwest New South Wales. But in North New South Wales as a whole, you tend to have strong Nats territory, and that's what we are seeing here. So, I mean, no surprises there. Absolutely, slight swing towards Barnaby Joyce on first preferences, and TCP swing towards him of around 10%. So, I mean, no surprises there. Pauline Hanson, One Nation polling at 12%. On first preferences in New England. That's a swing towards them, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy they're definitely calling it, but it's interesting to see One Nation gaining ground in these traditionally national seats. Although, of course, One Nation preferences there seem to be going towards the Nats over Labor, which isn't so very surprising in that seat. We do have the Labor One Nation pipeline, but the Labor One Nation pipeline has never been a big thing in Western Queensland and northern or northeastern New South Wales. It's a bit of a different demographic there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. I will keep an eye on Dixon, by the way. I know people are interested in that. I still don't think Dutton's going to lose it. I don't know why people think he will. Every bit of logic, I say stupidly, says he's going to win it, but, we'll see there. 4.3% counted, and France is still on a notional primary. Wolf, his primary is down, though. 8.8%. That's rough, isn't it, Maggie? If something even remotely like that holds, that's bad, to say the least, for him.
Sorry, Dutton. Yeah, Labor's getting a swing across the board at the moment. Some very surprising primary vote results. Places like, based on the swings we've got right now, Labor would be ahead in seats like Petrie and Mitchell, which are not target seats, not key seats, not interesting seats. If we extrapolate the swings that we have right now across the electorate, then Labor would win both seats. So something's going on here. We're just seeing some very surprising results. I mean, Labor's just done very well so far on these early figures. Like in a seat like Hughes, Labor's got a 11% swing towards him on primary votes when we match the polling places. The Greens getting a swing towards them there too, but point is, something's really going on. And, I think Dutton's going to have trouble retaining his seats with the results we've got right now. Anthony Green extrapolating the results, a swing towards Labor of 2% on primary votes and a swing away from the coalition of 4%. That's very surprising.
Yeah, we shall see there. By the way, interesting result coming out of Moreton, which is in Queensland. We've been kind of flagged on this result. This is a Labor-held seat, expected really to be held by Labor. Julian Campbell is the Labor candidate there, 41.8% primary. But here's the key result. The Greens, 26.5, the LNP, 20.8. Now, it's still a Labor versus LNP two-party preferred that's being reported there by the ABC, 66.1%. And Labor will win easily anyway. But interesting, again, very, very early, but interesting that Labor is ahead on those, that the Greens are ahead of the LNP on those results there, and it'll be interesting if that has to change the final two candidate preferred at some point, which would, I don't think they're expecting to win it, but which would be a good result for the Greens if they can get into two candidate preferred this time, because Maggie, I don't believe they have made two candidate preferred in Moreton before, the Greens.
No, definitely not in Mawson. They got their best result last election, I believe. They got to 20%. I'm just kind of starstruck by these results, as I was saying earlier. But in Mawson, it looks like about a 7% swing towards the Greens on the current results, a swing towards Labor of 3%, and a swing away from the Liberals of 7%. So that's not going to be anything winnable if Labor's getting a swing towards them. The Greens, to win that seat, they would have to be against the LNP in the final count. And if the LNP are getting a swing like that, then that's a big problem for them. In Griffith as well, this is the seat of Max Chandler-Mather. So this is very important. Labor's got a swing towards them of 8%, a swing away from the Liberals of 7%, and the Greens are down 4%. On both swings, Labor would be able to pretty easily beat Max Chandler-Mather in that seat in the two candidate preferred. So
that's a significant
that is
problem.
an interesting result, and that's 13 polling places in.
It is. That's a significant problem I think the Greens have across the board, in that a lot of their results are dependent on major party finishing positions, right? Like, apart from Melbourne, because Adam Bandt has such a huge primary vote, right? Apart from Melbourne, they are dependent on where Labor and the LNP finish. If they're in an LNP versus Liberal National contest, they're generally good, right? I would 9 times out of 10, if not more. If they're against Labor, again, unless like they have a Bandt-style huge primary vote, they're really in a tough situation there. And it's like, they can't really do anything else except increase their primary vote. And so if the LNP collapse is a strong word, especially in a state like Queensland. But, Labor makes the top 2 count, bam. That's big loss for the Greens. Again, still early results. 13 is still early. And also we have to remember that a lot of places are reporting primaries, not preferences at the moment. The other important thing to mention is, of course, not necessarily in Griffith, but there will be seats that might be, let's say, for instance, like one Greens, 2 Labor, 3 LNP, but still end up Greens LNP because as the count progresses, LNP maybe gets ahead. We're talking hypotheticals here. There's a lot of seats to follow, and despite our critics, Maggie, we're not the Greens News Network, so we'll focus on some other seats as well, which is ironic because I'm looking at Moreton right now. And Moreton, by the way, actually, sorry, I know I just said we move on, but Moreton just switched that second to a projected Labor versus Greens count. 54.2 to 45.8 is that count. Unbelievably early. I think it's all projection. I don't think there are actually preferences being reported, but keep an eye on Moreton in Queensland tonight, which we will eagerly have a look at.
Can we get a Goldstein for a second? Because we have some interesting figures coming out of Goldstein right now. It's gonna be neck and neck. It's not as cut and dry as people were hoping it would be there. There are definitely a few Goldstein, it's pretty much how many votes are it's a decent amount counted. I think we're looking at 6% votes counted coming in from Goldstein, and the difference in it is not very much there. If I can get the exact figures up for you, give me 1 second. Zoe Daniels there, she's only going to win if she gets preference flows from Labor and from Greens. Tim Wilson there polling at 45%. So it's going to come down to where the preference flows go. He's hoping to get he'd have to rely on preference flows coming from every other minor party. One Nation, Trump is Libertarian, and even then it's going to be close. But it's not as safe as it once was. We had 3.3% margin last time round. Right now, the AEC has a difference of 0.4%, which is a 0.2% margin. So 3% swing towards the Liberals there. 9 ABC agree it's way too close to call, and it's probably going to be like McNamara, one we're going to be waiting on for a while.
Yes, waiting on it for a while. Again, I had that coalition source, and they were telling me in regards to Goldstein that, look, support us $4 a month, by the way, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. I was speaking to that Liberal, the coalition source in Goldstein in relation to the Liberals there, and they said that it's definitely in play. If you look at some other results, and that's 5.8% counted, as you said. If you look at some other results, Kooyong, 3.5%, that is 54.1 independent. McKellar, 4%, 55.7 independent. Wentworth, 7.3, 59% independent. Indi, 14.9%, 57.6% independent. That's less of a Teal seat. Warringah, 58.5% independent. That's 5% counted. Mayo, Central Alliance, 66% for Rebecca Sharkey there. Kennedy, as we mentioned before, KAP had 66.3 independent in Clark. You can't stop Andrew Wilkie, can you? 70% to Labor's 30 with 10.7% counted. That man is an electoral machine in Clark. I'm telling you, that guy cannot lose at this rate. Maybe I've jinxed Andrew Wilkie. Yeah, we're looking there. It does look like we should, in just a second, I'll keep him waiting there for just a second while we let our producer queue him up. I'll let our producer queue him up. But we're following the Victorian Socialists very closely at this election. They've been making a strong Senate push, and his camera just went off, so that's amazing timing on our end. Maybe he's telling everyone to shush. But we do have Jordan Vanderland, Purple Pingers, Victorian Socialist lead candidate for the Senate in Where Else, Victoria. Jordan, thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Leo. Sorry, I can't see anything or hear anything.
You're good. You're good. The early results in Cooper are particularly interesting, which we were just sent, which have a 12% vote for Victorian Socialists. We think it's just one booth. But look, you've been targeting only a handful of seats this election, not a particularly statewide campaign. How have you felt kind of how the Socialists have been, responded to on the booths?
Yeah, well, people know about us. People are open to having a chat about socialism, and people are angry about what's going on in their communities and want to see someone who's not, someone actually do something about it. So it's been really pleasant. We haven't seen this before, but it has been, decades of hard work from other socialists that have got us here tonight, and we're really keen to keep going and keep fighting outside of the election.
I know that, I know you've got your own personal doubts about electoralism. This is an election, though, so we'll stick to elections. This is your first campaign running as a candidate. Just the experience itself. How have you found it?
Oh, the major parties are just kind of rubbish. Everyone knows it. So having a left-wing alternative is really palatable and digestible to people. So that's been great. But yeah, it's been a bit sickening hearing what they're talking about the other parties, and it's just kind of, it's a joke for them, and that pisses me off because people are dying and people are struggling in our communities around us, and they just take us for granted. So yeah, that's what the vibe is. I'm pissed off at the majors.
And I know there's a state election in just over a year's time, which the Victorian Socialists are very hopeful of looking in the upper house there as well. Do you think that, and again, we're speaking on very early results there, but the kind of momentum, the name recognition that the party has started to build now, you're about, the party's 7 years old at this point. You think that's going to are you hoping that's going to continue for a state election campaign?
Absolutely. We have nowhere near hit our ceilings just yet. So we've only got room to grow, and we will continue to grow.
Would you ever want to go national?
Absolutely. It's on the card. Just stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We will stay tuned for that. Purple Pingers, Jordan Vanderland, best of luck for your Senate candidacy tonight. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Jordan Vanderland there. He is the lead candidate for the Victorian Socialists in the Senate in Victoria. The Victorian Socialists, some interesting results there in the seat of Cooper, which will continue to follow. Just in one booth, they've gotten 12%. That puts them third behind Labor and the Greens. We'll keep following Cooper because that is going to be an interesting result for you tonight. Thank you very much there. We'll go to Roman McKinnon in just a second. Sorry, I'm turning around there. That made him jump. I saw your message. So, we're not trying to scare you. We'll get to Roman McKinnon now. Roman, Dixon results. Talk to us about Dixon.
Hello, Leo. It's looking good for Labor's Ailey France, and that has been, she's run a very hard-fought campaign. We've got about 9% of the votes counted there. This is primary votes, 33.8% to Ailey France. 29.9% to Peter Dutton and around 12.8% to the Maroon independent Ellie Smith. A two-candidate preferred to Ellie Smith of 59.3% to 40.7%. So very encouraging for Dixon and especially Ailey France. And that has been, something we've seen pretty much nationwide. Labor is doing quite well in those seats. In Bonner as well, the LNP held seat of Bonner, Labor is ahead there as well. So a 9.6% swing away from Peter Dutton. That's what the ABC is reporting, and that is massive. That would see, Ailey France elected. But as you see on your screen there, Labor is ahead in Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. This is something we will keep a close eye on. And of course, if he can't be PM, if he's not an MP, and that's been the slogan of many Labor supporters and volunteers across this election campaign.
No, that's the thing. I mean, with respect to the opposition leader, his popularity numbers have been in the absolute toilet if we look at them. I know voters don't necessarily decide on them, but it does have an impact. So anyway, we'll keep looking at that. Roman, thank you. For what it's worth, guys, and I don't know if we can call it a concession because he's not a member of the coalition, New South Wales Libertarian and MLC John Ruddock has tweeted, "It's over, Albo has won." So the New South Wales MLC for the Libertarian Party, John Ruddock, has declared that Labor has won this election. He's got 7 things that Dutton went wrong. I feel like he might have written this in advance. We're not calling it for what it's worth for very obvious reasons. But there you go. That is John Ruddock, the member for the Legislative Council with the Libertarian Party there in New South Wales. He's declared a Labor victory. We're not yet, or maybe never at all, because we don't know how this result's going to go, because we're only an hour and a half in. Hour and a half in already. Wow. Aren't we excited? Fowler is really interesting. I haven't seen the count progress too much. ALP is ahead there, 52.3 to 47.7 is the two candidate preferred. That is Lee is the Labor candidate. Lee is the incumbent independent Western Sydney community yet to really run at this election party, which maybe never will run if they lose this, if she loses this. But it's 0.7% counted, so we can't say that at all. It's weird. I haven't done a federal election. No one has for 3 years. I keep forgetting how early we start calling seats or how late we start calling seats. And so, we'll see how this progresses. But I reckon my suspicion, and Maggie, I'll let you jump in here if you disagree, but my suspicion is we maybe will start to get more of a barrage of calls after 8.
I'm sorry, I've been distracted with graphics.
All good. I can repeat it. No, I was going to say my suspicion is maybe you think differently in observing past election counts, but I would suspect we maybe start to get a barrage of results from the 8 to 9 o'clock hour.
I generally agree. I think that's generally when these polling places often end up finishing. As it's just sorry, I keep going on every time you ask me a question. I keep going back to this, but clearly what we're seeing is very big a very big polling miss. A very big polling miss, and that is in favour of Labor, who their primary seems to be going consistently up. Anthony Green was just talking about how you can tell Victoria's the worst state because it's got the smallest swing towards Labor. And if you're hearing that sort of thing, I think we can tell that, this is going to be a very good night for Labor, at the very least, from our results.
That's an early call.
Same time.
That's a very early call.
At the same time, early votes have not come in, and I honestly suspect they'll have a much different picture. So once we start getting those early votes, that's when we can really start saying some of these important things. And I also would like to point out, this feels like the Queensland election for the Greens, where they seem to have some very worrying results in their key seats and their target seats, but they're having much better results, especially in the suburbs.
We'll keep an eye on the Greens results. But just for those at home who haven't, I just noted this. I just got this. This is from the Victorian Trades Hall Council. Play with that all night. What is Gina Reinhardt holding? It says. Sorry, I'm just going through all these cornflutes now. There's a ridiculous amount. What's this? Don't risk Dutton. He's not on your team. Sorry.
Some people collect stamps. Leo collects pamphlets.
I've still got the 2022 ones anyway. Sorry, Maggie. What I was trying to say was, for those at home, just in terms of the count thing, we are getting early votes tonight. What's the situation with postals? Can you just explain that for us?
Oftentimes, postals or early votes do have quite a different swing. Maybe often a more muted swing or a bigger swing towards a certain party or away from a certain party. And with a majority, it looks like a majority of Australians, I might be wrong, having voted via pre-poll or postals, we're going to have to wait for these results to come in to really start seeing something conclusive, because everything could change, and I think that will happen. Right now we're looking at Victoria and we're seeing a swing towards Labor. I think that'll probably be a bit reversed once we get the early votes, and the swing towards Labor will be muted in those results, and projections will change. So once we start getting those boosts in, once we start getting that postals and that sort of thing, I think that's when we can start saying some conclusive things and really start talking more conclusively about a lot more seats.
Yes, I would look forward to talking conclusively. Here is is this up today or is this last election? I have no idea. Is it? It's one of those results. No, that's not last election, is it? No, that's new. Sorry, can we bring that up? This is the latest result. Sorry, I literally just realised. That was 30.2% Labor, 32.3% Coalition, both down. Both major parties down. The Green at 12.3%. That's practically the exact same. So nothing ever happens. And then other is 25.2%. So we'll see there, which will be interesting to follow. Now again, the path to a Labor. The path to a coalition majority government, I should say, has always been rocky. Apparently, Sky is saying that the coalition can't win a majority. I never thought they could win a majority, or I very much doubted it anyway.
I think on these numbers, the coalition obviously can't win majority.
And Stuart, you want to make the final?
Was that ever an option?
No.
Well, it's important.
That means you've got to reverse all the losses to Teals and the losses to the Greens and come back against Labor, and there's no way they could do that in one election.
It's still important to have said that they can't do that.
the Greens wouldn't back the Liberals for doing a minority government. I mean, apart from Teal's, Lee might have gone for Liberals, but she's actually behind. In her seat, the seat of Fowler, the only independent trailing is Lee. The seat's going the other way. Their 4% swing towards the AOP. So the one Teal who might have sided with the LNP.
Well, there's a swing towards both Lee and Lee, the Labor candidate,
Yes,
about the same.
So who's going down there then, Maggie?
It looks like Lee is getting a small swing towards her after preferences. That's the important thing right now. So, independent Lee looks like she's ahead right now, but we can't really say anything concrete, just with these results.
No, we can't say anything concrete except for like Maranoa and Kennedy, and I don't know, what's another safe seat?
I will say Fowler's like 1% candidate for that, so it is early figures. But my point is that the independents, the Teals, are holding strong, and I don't see any way for the Teals to back the LNP or the Liberals.
No, I think Teals were always a mixed bag. I think some were more likely to go coalition than others. But overall, Labor has literally the entire time been in the better position for a minority because of Greens. Like, who's honestly like more likely to back coalition? Even if it's like 50-50 toss-up for the Teals. Bob Catter, sure. Rebecca Sharkey, yeah, that was publicly admitted, sure. But they don't have the options. Oh, One Nation in Hunter is the only other one. But it's like, no, it's like not. Yeah, so that is the interesting result there. Hunter, by the way, speaking of, Labor ahead there, yep, 60.7%. But hold the line. One Nation, 17.8% primary vote. Nationals,
and let's not
15.5.
And let's not forget the Labor One Nation pipeline being a thing. Keep that in mind.
And true. And Trumpeter Patriots leader Sue Ellen Wrightson, 4%. Maggie, I know this is early, but for the sake, can we just make it kind of official? You're the one who can officially do this for us, because I vest in you that power here. Will Sue Ellen Wrightson win her seat?
You know what? I don't think so.
I would agree with that call, and Stuart, I reckon you agree as well.
You heard it here first, guys.
I don't think Trumpeter Patriots will win any seats, so I bring out the 0 seats graph. Win a seat. No one, yeah. Call it an official projection, sure. Key seat? No, it's not. But yeah, Trumpeter Patriots will not. She's being outpolled by legalised cannabis at the moment, by the way. So, Sue Ellen Wrightson will not win her seat. Anyway. What are the results? Stuart, have you observed any other interesting counts? Literally anything at all?
Ryan had, for lack of a better word, course corrected back to the Greens. Ryan had an early Labor lead. I say course corrected in terms of return to the status quo. Ryan has kind of gone back to where it was beforehand. Brisbane and Griffith still seeing swings towards the Labor. But we are seeing, a AEC has a swing towards Greens in Ryan. What?
Okay,
I did not see that coming.
Well, I maybe thought it because it's ridiculously early and we're going nuts over ridiculous results, okay?
What he's talking about is the two candidate preferred result. Because what's going on is Labor is stagnant. The Greens are stagnant. Labor's up 7%. Liberals are down 6%. So in the preference count between the Greens and the LNP, the Greens are getting a big swing towards them. However, if the question in Ryan is who finishes third, because currently it looks like that could be the LNP, that could be Labor, that could be the Greens. So this is like McNamara. This feels a lot like McNamara.
I feel like we're going to have a few like McNamara results tonight, aren't we?
Speaking of McNamara, I would like to say currently we have results. Labor up 4%. The Greens down 2, and the Liberals up 1.
Greens down 2, Liberals up. Okay. So very early there. We'll wait and see. A lot of three-cornered contests. And Maggie, I also suspect these kind of three-cornered contests, with the exception of if there was a landslide, huge if, and I'm talking about seats generally, I'm talking about the seats with two main independents, etc. These are the kind of results you would more expect not to be called tonight, or less likely to, and have always been less likely to be called tonight.
I mean, yeah, these three-cornered contests are places where the Greens are trying to win, are trying to retain their seats. Yeah, they often aren't called on the night, places like McNamara or, well, it looks like Ryan now, where honestly it could even finish as a Labour versus Greens contest, which is a ridiculous thing to say. A seat that has been held by the Liberals for, I think, all but 4 years of its existence. But yeah, we just got to wait for early votes to be able to say things confidently. But right now, Labor's looking like it's in a very good position, looking like they'll get a swing towards them, which would be the first time a first-term government has gotten a swing towards them in Australian history, to my understanding.
Menzies,
true. Well, Menzies was a first term, he had two first terms, if you want to call it that. Anyway.
In a long time.
A long time. I'm not sure Anthony Albanese nor a Peter Dutton prime ministership would last as long as a Robert Menzies prime ministership. But what do I know?
I think no one can manage that. It's unique. Not even Hawke could.
Not even Howard. Not even Peacock, who people forget was very, very long serving compared to others.
The senator? I wonder if they're related. That's a question.
Peacock. It's Pocock.
Pocock, yeah.
Well,
Fair.
close enough. Close enough. Anyway,
spelling errors.
Yeah, Hunter I will keep an eye on. It's only only my view's done. Only 3 out of 68 reporting preferences, but 14 out of 68 reporting primaries. Again, it looks like One Nation up there, which will be interesting to follow throughout the evening. The ABC's projected a lot of things. Maggie, I'm going to trust you to kind of like update our seats in this work chat for us, because they are far ahead of our count. Although I would, if I may, suspect we call Kennedy for Katter.
Yeah, we should call that.
We can call that. So chuck one in the other column.
Currently the ABC have 29 Labor, 26 Liberal, and 6 for in other, which doesn't include the Greens. But I imagine that's Central Alliance.
I don't think the ABC's called most of those, though. They're just,
That's on live stream. The live stream that they have 29 for Labor, 26 for the Coalition, 0 Greens, and then 6 for other, which presumably includes both Katter and Rebecca Sharkey.
Interesting there, yeah. Bob Katter.
Wilkie's in there. He's got it. Wilkie's obviously got it, of course. So
yeah, I think we can safely call that one as well, Maggie.
Yeah, that's included in that number.
Well, that's the ABC number, but our number.
Yeah.
We're well behind. We've still got Labor on 0. Yeah. We may need to fix that. No shot.
Well, I'm saying we should update to the ABC figures.
Okay. Anonymous producer Austin. Have a look at the ABC figures and update to them. But yeah, KAP will retain the seat of Kennedy to nobody's surprise, really. So again, Maggie, can you just repeat those total seat figures that they're giving, just for our benefit?
That's a 29 Labor, 26 Coalition, 0 Greens, and 6 for others.
All right, Maggie, thank you. The National Two-Party Preferred estimate. Estimate's a big word. Lovely little setup. Little, so underestimated. Lovely setup there, by the way. The National Two-Party Preferred currently is 55.3 Labor. That's a swing of 3.2%. And nothing ever happens. The Greens vote is 12.3%. Change of 0. 0 change for the Greens vote. Not by a percentage point. Nothing. Nothing ever happens. There's the other results, though. Both major parties down. Other overall is up. Other, for what it's worth, includes One Nation. They're up 2.5 to 7.5. Trumpet's down 1.7 to 2.4. Others overall, that includes independents, 15.3 up 4.9. So what do you observe, Stuart? You're a Queenslander, you're a rural Queenslander. People will stereotype that region and say 100% of you are voting for One Nation, etc., etc., etc. Maybe you did, maybe you don't. We don't reveal vote preferences on air, so shush. But what do you make of how One Nation could go with this election? Less so in the lower house, but more about the Senate, which we'll get results in for much later.
I want to pull it up because I saw something interesting during today. Let me just pull it up on my phone. Give me 1 second and I'll pull it up. Because as a Toowoomba resident, I don't remember who it was, but someone called us rural today. Might have been The Guardian. I might be wrong. Someone called us rural. We're definitely not rural. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. There, Dixon. Okay, I think we've all called Dixon incorrectly here, although no one's calling Dixon, but Dixon's going Labour. But apart from that, I mean, again, you're looking at David Littleproud, for example, who's LNP, sits with the Nationals leader. So you do have the safe seats there. With respect to Queensland, Brisbane, yeah, I mean, we'll see how the Brisbane seats go. But apart from that, with the exception of Leichhardt, I'm not seeing any change in Queensland unless I'm misreading something and Maggie can correct me on that. But with the exception of the Green seats and Leichhardt and Dixon, I don't think I'm seeing anything else change. Nothing ever happens, Leo.
Nothing ever happens, does it? We'll go to a break shortly. But we're hoping for some guests after the break. We're also hearing a lot about where the Greens are at, because we're at the Greens function. Levi Knight's at the Greens function in Brisbane's the word. Strong vibe. Everyone's optimistic. Haven't been looking at the results for a while. So it's too early for literally everything. People are going to call me a green shill for that, but it's too early for like most things, except for like Wilkie, Katter, Joyce, for very, very obvious reasons. But for what it's worth, we will wait and see in some of those areas, which I think are going to be key to follow here. Maggie, we're going to go to a break shortly, but yeah, I'll let you just quickly get in.
So I'm just looking at the projected two-party preferreds by the AEC in a lot of these seats. Currently in Queensland, Labor is ahead in Petrie, ahead in Longman, ahead in Dixon, I believe, ahead in Ford, I believe ahead in Bonner. Are they ahead in Bowman? I'm just going to check. They're also ahead on Bowman. So almost every single one of those seats was not a key seat.
All right. Thank you very much, Maggie. We'll keep looking at this after the break. After the break, we'll have to have some more guests. Support us for $4 a month, by the way, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Plenty more coming, and in about 2 odd minutes, polls will close in Western Australia, and by virtue, polls will close right around every single state and territory across the nation. Stay with us now. It's election night in Australia. Australia decides. You're watching live coverage right here on 6 News. We'll be back in a moment.
You're watching Election 2025. Australia decides on 6 News.
I'm Austin Pollock, and this is 6 News.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News.
The only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
You're watching Election 2025. Australia Decides on 6 News.
There's a 6 News control room and a lovely little view we've got there tonight. I'm Leonardo Puglisi in 6 News election headquarters. 6 News headquarters in general. Maggie Perez in the 6 News election centre. Stuart Jeffries in Toowoomba. Roman McKinnon's at the LNP function in Brisbane. Levi Knight, who we'll get to in a second, in also in Brisbane at the Greens function, and we're not at any Labor functions. Sorry guys. You know, what can I do here? A lot of results continue to come in, and it is 8 o'clock, so the polls have closed in Western Australia. So they're going to come in. But Western Australia, huge state, huge results. Obviously, it's backed off the kind of McGowan factor from 21 to 22. Whether that lasts, because we saw the WA state Labor government get back in with a pretty healthy majority just in March, barely 2 months ago. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Polls have closed in Western Australia. We'll go first to Roman McKinnon, who's in the LNP's function in Brisbane. He's still muted. Roman, he's unmuted. Roman. 6 News projected maybe about 20 minutes ago the coalition can't win a majority. I understand that some other outlets are saying the same here, or at least it looks that way there. Is that what the mood's saying?
No, not really. The crowd behind me has slowly been building over probably the past 15, 20 minutes or so. As you mentioned there, the coalition cannot form a majority. The polls didn't even close in Western Australia, and that verdict was already in. So that really shows, how this night could really go. It could be a celebration, or it could be a wake simply just behind me. We were hoping to speak to a Liberal Senator for Victoria, James Patterson. We are working to get him on with us. As for the moment, the mood definitely does not depict that. Obviously, it is, still fairly early, 2 hours in. So, as this night progresses, in maybe half an hour, the mood could definitely change. We've just seen guests arriving, as I mentioned in the last 15 minutes. There's food going around, there's drinks being poured. So, at the moment, it's a good vibe, but, that could change in, a matter like that pretty much. Especially if, the polls and, what we're seeing early so far are true.
Just a very interesting thing coming out from Dixon. I'll stay with you here on this. Here goes my camera. I'll stay with you here on this, Roman. We're not calling it. Let's make that 100% clear. We're not calling it. I still don't believe he'll lose it. But with 10 polling centres in Labor still ahead, and the Poll Bludger, good website by the way, people who don't know it might dismiss it. It's a really good site. Great people there. They're calling it for Labor. Now, I'm assuming it's just a computer thing. We're not calling it at all. But what do you make of Dixon? I mean, he's still behind. It's still early, but Peter Dutton is still behind Dixon.
It is still early, Leo, and this is exactly what happened in 2022. We were at Ailey France's campaign event, and, they were really happy. They were pumped. They were ahead, and then they lost, right? So, I'm sure, I don't know what the mood is there, but, do not get ahead of yourselves because it's still early on. You mentioned 10 polling booths in. I would love to know where they are, because usually different areas around the electorate obviously vote differently. So that will be interesting to see once those numbers come in, those locations of the booths. Peter Dutton would have to be a little bit worried at the moment, though, looking at those numbers, a 9.3% swing away from him. It's a bit scary, and I mentioned earlier in my package that it's a 3-horse race. You've got Labor and a Teal on one side, and then you've got the opposition leader. So he's fighting a battle on 2 fronts, essentially.
Do you reckon, Roman, because you speak to people on the ground, you speak to sources, he was always, and LNP sources, other media, tended to be pretty publicly confident. And I mean really confident. Dixon wouldn't be anything to worry about. Privately, do you understand if that was a bit different, that there maybe was in the minds of LNP sources and volunteers and insiders and operatives that actually, hang on, maybe he could lose this?
It's funny you mentioned that, because I think before the poll came out that suggested, I think it was around a month and a half ago, that Dutton could lose his seat, things were quite smooth sailing. He got promoted to opposition leader after 2022. You'd expect a little bit more votes through there, but ever since that, it's just been this sort of, I guess, he obviously has to campaign across the country. He hasn't been in Dixon. People are concerned he simply isn't listening to the voters of Dixon, and Ailey France and Ellie Smith have been campaigning a community voice that is obviously listening to you. We are hoping to get Ellie Smith on the program a little bit later on. But what I do want to say as well is that I believe it was Friday, Anthony Albanese made a 15-minute stop in Dixon. He went to the campaign office alongside Richard Miles. He went to Ailey France's campaign office. So is that a sign they knew they were going to lose? Well, we'll let everyone else be the judge of that, instead of, talking to voters of Dixon, trying to win over a few hundred votes, because that is ultimately what the seat of Dixon could come down to. So that approach, going to a campaign office, greeting volunteers instead of talking to voters of Dixon, that approach, make what you want out of it. But obviously, I'm sure Dutton, he's mentioned multiple times, he never takes his seat for granted, and obviously over the past week he was here on Thursday as well, attending a breakfast in Pine Rivers. He never takes it for granted. That's what he's been saying. Some voters, you make what you want of it, but he is still getting elected, so people, still are voting for him.
Yeah, he can't afford to take it for granted, so we'll see there, Roman. Thank you, and also just very quickly, Roman, quarter time, West Coast 5, Melbourne 14. What was your tip from that game?
I can't remember. Did I even put my tips in? Who knows?
I tipped West Coast, so if I'm right on that, forget the election result, but I won't be.
Melbourne.
I'm not right at anything, Melbourne. Thank you. Maggie, I know you've got a lot of seats that you're following on, but I have to ask about Dixon. Everyone is asking about Dixon. The poll blood jury's calling Dixon. We're not calling Dixon. But what do you make of the results?
So on primary votes alone, Labor is ahead of the LNP. Currently, Labor's got a 2% swing towards them. LNP down 9%. Independent Ellie Smith up 14%. And the Greens are down 6%. And that's translating to 54.5% for Labor and the two-party preferred. And the AEC are projecting that would be 56.5 once all the dust is settled. I'm just going through a lot of these seats across Queensland currently. It's looking like the Independent and Fisher might win. That's a possibility, which is very funny. And, there's a swing of 7% against the Liberals. Things like this, the Liberals are just really struggling in Queensland, and in Tasmania, they've got huge swings away from them. It looks like they might lose both of their Tasmanian seats. That does include Bridget Archer. In South Australia, it's looking like they might be pushed into third in the seat of Spence behind the Greens. It's looking like they're going to lose the seat of Sturt. This is just a very bad night for the Liberals. A bad night for the Greens at the moment in their main seats in Queensland.
Yeah, it's weird. We talk about them like target seats. I think we all forget they're incumbent seats, right? Which is the thing that will be interesting to watch. I can't get over the fact they're national primary vote. I know it's early. It surely will change by a point, but it is completely unchanged at the moment. That is the epitome of nothing ever happens. Stuart, lots to talk about. Dixon first.
Dixon. Okay, yeah. Dixon is Yeah, I'm starting to revise my earlier statements about Dixon. Definitely seeing some interesting figures again. We don't have too much in the way of two candidates preferred. We have half the polling booths are reporting some figures. Of course, that doesn't mean they're reporting all their figures, but it means they are reporting some of their figures. And the figures we've got right now, the swings that we have are against the LNP and against the Greens. So the only person getting benefits from the swings, independent, which is Ellie Smith, and of course to Labor, which is very, very small, which is 1.85%. So the big swing there is towards the independents. That being said, it's the independents' first time running. Whenever an independent first runs in a seat, they get a massive swing, and that kind of screws with the calculations because you wouldn't expect them to do that well. You have legalized cannabis running for the first time as well. Family First running for the first time. Trumpets running for the first time. For once, the AEC listed the Trumpets and the UAP as two different parties. So we're getting some inconsistency there as to whether or not they want to count the Trumpets and the UAP as the same thing or not. And AJP against their first time running there as well. Swings against the Lib Dems who aren't running anymore. Now they have the Libertarian Party there with us, and they ran their worst of the Lib Dems. Pauline Hanson swings against. Dixon used to be pretty good for One Nation. I remember back in the day. I say back in the day before any of us were born. This was a One Nation stronghold. This part of Queensland. Dixon, of course, was, it's always then a bit more liberal, but the fact that Labor is doing so well, again, the independent in the mix does kind of screw up preferencing because you can't exactly predict where their votes are going to go. Looking at the figures we've got, potentially it looks like you're going to have Liberals, the LNP going towards independent or going towards Labor. I'm not sure because, again, that makes it a bit messy.
And any other results that you're particularly looking at the moment in terms of, forget the independents, where it's just kind of those traditional Labor, Liberal national contests?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all across the board. I think the only seat that the LNP, that Labor is behind in is Bean, and Bean is going to an independent. Apart from that, everything else I'm seeing is going towards Labor. We now have some decent figures in for Longman also being a Queensland seat. It's on the edge, but Labor has a slight lead there. It had been an LNP seat, so even then, some of these seats we weren't expecting to be watching, now we have to watch. Of course, Longman has very early figures in. They don't know much way of preferencing. No one does, but we're starting to get a bit more of a picture. McNamara, of course, is still in the mix. I don't think anyone's going to know what that is for a while, but I just want to pull it up while I'm here. And McNamara, AEC currently has a massive swing to Josh Burns. Which it's still very much a three-horse race there. Three-horse races are becoming more and more common actually in Australia, which is compared to the US is definitely very interesting. The US getting completely bipartisan, not bipartisan, because becoming I guess bipolar is a way of speaking about it. Very much, becoming very much divided. Whereas we're going back to, this is going to be a tip towards the next Commonwealth Knowledge episode there for readers of that long-running series, that we are kind of getting back to where we used to be with regards to having a three-party system, with whether you want to make that One Nation or the Greens. This is very much shaping up to be a 3.5 horse race.
Absolutely.
How the Senate goes. We don't have much figures after the Senate, unfortunately, for a while.
Absolutely. There are other networks making election calls. I'll wait to hear from Aki Perry before we do anything of the sort. I don't believe we're going to.
I think I'm very close to wanting to say something.
Very close. Well,
over to some other seats. There are some interesting results. Teal Independent in Flinders looks like they might get up. Labor looks like they might get up in Deakin and Menzies, to my understanding. Greens are looking like a very good swing towards them in Cooper, where currently the AEC is projecting a 51 to 49 two-candidate preferred, with Labor only slightly ahead. That's a very weird result considering what we've gotten recently. If we're looking Kooyong, there's a swing away from the Liberals. There's a swing towards Monique Ryan. A swing away of 5% from the Liberals, no less. Just looking at a lot of these really surprising results, just even in the outer suburbs, the Liberals are really tanking at the expense of Labor. The Greens have gone up hugely in some seats, like Lawler, like Fraser, where they're looking like they'll get second, and they've gone down quite a bit in some of their main target seats over in McNamara. Currently, 8 polling places reported Labor's getting a swing towards them, so that'll be tough for the Greens to win right now.
In terms of the Greens results,
of course,
just
very early.
Just in Melbourne, we're not making any call. Yeah, I've barely even looked at results there. Labor sources are telling me they really actually don't know what's happening with the count there, but, potentially not looking the best for Adam Bandt at the moment. This is, of course, notable as the one kind of Greens Labor count that was virtually guaranteed to always be a Greens Labor count. It's been a Greens seat since 2010. Adam Bandt had a primary vote of, I want to say it was like 49.5 or something last time. So we'll wait and see there, but it's too early anyway. But we'll keep an eye out there. I'm itching for that.
Yeah,
call
those
vote.
very early results look really bad for the Greens in Melbourne. We've got 8 polling places in. That's a swing away from the Greens of 9%, a swing towards Labor of 7%.
But how, can I just ask, how many of those do we know are reporting to candidate?
Not really any, from my understanding.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out on these seats, of course, as we'll be keeping an eye out on all seats. I do want to take a focus to some of these Teal seats as well. Stuart, we just heard about Kooyong there, my seat. So I have a particular independent, I have a particular vested interest in the seat of Kooyong. Are we getting any results out of there with Amelia Hamer, the Liberal candidate?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's definitely too early to call there, but we do have some figures coming out of it. And in the seat of Cooper, for example, we're looking at that's going to be another Greens defeat there. If we move over to Kooyong, then again they got the independents ahead as well. In so many Victorian seats where we've got swings, even in Kooyong doesn't have a swing towards Labor, but we do have, doesn't have a swing towards Labor, but it still has a slight Labor increase. We've got a slight Labor increase in Indy, got a slight Labor increase in Gellibrand. A lot of these Victorian seats are not going very well, although it looks like potentially we could see a comeback for the Libs in Gorton. If I just go look at Kooyong in a bit more detail, it does seem to be another one of those ones where we don't want to call it just yet, but it is a slight increase for the independents for Monique Ryan from where she was last time round. Trumpets coming in with 0.6%, One Nation coming in at 0.8%, Libertarian at 1.5%, Greens 6.4%, Labor 9.7%, Independent 37.7%, and Liberals at 43.3%. That would imply that you've got independents being bolstered by Greens and Labor to get you a majority there. So this is not reported primaries. This is not reported preferences. This is still predicted preferences. Predicted preferences would have Liberals coming in second with Greens and Labor bolstering Monique Ryan. But again, across the board, independents, again, are doing well in just about every seat. I mean, I'm not seeing any really seat where it was, again, apart from Fowler, is the only really exception there as to whether we've got independents behind. But in every seat that the independents currently hold, the independents are doing well again, except with the exception of Fowler. And then independents are ahead in a couple of seats. Of course, they're ahead in Bean. They're ahead in Bradfield. They're ahead in Clare. They're still ahead in Goldstein, which is it's currently held by Zoe Daniel, and that's going to be another one where we're going to be waiting quite a while to get results back in for that one. McKellar, again, that's an independent seat. Independents are ahead. So there are a lot of these seats which we had, which were, I don't think that the independents could lose any seats with the possible exception of Fowler. But apart from that, independents are doing pretty well everywhere. Definitely better than the Greens were.
Yeah, well, we'll have a look in a second there, Stuart. Thank you. We're not making a call just yet. I know we're working behind the scenes to potentially say anything. But it looks like we're just in a second going to be able to join by Jordan Dittloff, who's the Libertarian candidate in the Senate in Victoria. We'll give him a second, but we should be joined by him in a second. You know, we're looking at kind of these Freedom Party votes. We're looking at the results for them. Later in the night, we'll be able to look at the Senate. We're not getting those results now, which sucks for us. But as long as it's not as slow as the WA Legislative Council results, that should be a plus for us if things get a little faster there. Looks like we might be able to.
Leo, could I speak?
Are you making a call or?
I am making a call.
Maggie?
I think it's very hard with all these swings away from the Liberals, like ridiculous swings away from the Liberals. I think it's going to be very, very hard for the Liberals to form government. I think Labor will end up with the most seats. And as long as they have the most seats, any Teal independent or the Greens, Labor has a much better position negotiating with the crossbench than the Liberals. And honestly, look, on the numbers we're getting right now, it looks like an easy Labor majority, but that's way ahead of a call. But I think we can say Labor will end up with the most seats, and hence Labor
win the
and the
election.
Albanese will form government.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go. 8:20 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. 6 News projects Anthony Albanese will be returned as Prime Minister and Labor has been re-elected to government. We're not 100% sure yet on a minority or a majority. Labor will be re-elected. Labor has retained power in this federal election, a monumental result, especially considering the polls a few months ago. Appropriate timing. He's just joined us. Jordan Dittloff is the Libertarians' lead candidate for the Senate in Victoria, and we're just bringing him up now. We'll bring him up now. Jordan Dittloff, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, Leo. It's always a pleasure.
You just heard it there. Labor has won according to our projection. Your immediate reaction?
Look, I think, it's fairly early, but probably fairly accurate. I think Six News, as always, will be breaking these kinds of projections before the mainstream media would dare to. But look, I think, it won't come as any surprise to you and your panelists to know that was my prediction. From as long ago as 3 or 4 weeks, I think Peter Dutton really lost the initiative. People stopped listening, and a lot of his costings and policies were released far too late after millions of people had already cast their vote. I think Peter Dutton was doing pretty well when he was being himself and being authentic in 2024. And then, as always is the case with the Liberal Party, the experts arrived and things went downhill pretty quickly from there.
All right, and we could talk about the Liberal campaign all night, I'm sure. What about the Libertarian campaign? We've seen the party out on booths. I certainly have. Obviously, you've been targeting things maybe a bit more than the 2022 Liberal Democrats campaign. I know you and I have discussed kind of, the changing campaign for quite some time. It's done now. What can you say? Have you felt about how the campaign's been run?
Yeah, look, obviously our campaign was very Senate-focused. We ran in approximately half of the lower house seats in Victoria. There were more seats we ran in New South Wales, but in Victoria, we contested around 19 of the seats in the state federally, and we also had the support of Russell Broadbent, the independent in Monash. We didn't run a candidate against Russell, and he handed out our Senate how to vote cards there in that electorate. So we are at a point in time where the count is still quite early in Victoria. Even the ABC's projections and so forth are sitting on about 5% of the vote counted. So it's very early days yet for us in the House of Reps. But the main game for us is the Senate. Tonight, the House of Reps number should give us a reasonable starting point. But then over the coming days and even weeks, we'll start to see what the full picture is in the Senate. So,
right.
For us, I think as important as the result tonight is the fact that we've now got a new brand, we've got a new name. This for us was essentially almost starting from scratch compared to the 2022 result. And I'm really, really proud of the campaign we've run. I think we've done things that no other minor party, and frankly, few major parties have done in terms of the length of the campaign, the grassroots activism, the engagement of branches and genuine candidates stood. There are a lot of other parties at this election that have run in every seat, But if you tried to pin down who their candidates were and whether they lived in the electorate or whether they were a real person or not, it would have been very difficult to do that. So we're on the long, slow march, and I'm really, really proud of the campaign we've had. And whatever the result we achieve tonight, I know that it would have been the best we could have with the resources we had.
Yeah, and look, you're right. The Senate result is going to take ages. So unfortunately for us Senate sickos, we can't make any calls on that tonight, as I'm sure we'd love to do, though. You have obviously been able to hear, though, from voters on the booths. You've been able to maybe get some kind of a feeling there. How have you felt about the response? And again, in particular, to the name Libertarian, which has not been at a federal election before? Yeah, so I think a comment that's been made quite a bit tonight. I'm at the after party now for our election night campaign sort of wrap up. And one of the really big things for us is at the last election in 2022, we had to constantly try to explain to people we weren't the Liberals. I know the Liberals long thought that we were seeking to sort of profit from name confusion and try to be confused with them, but it couldn't be further from the truth. We often found ourselves exasperated with that 10-second window we've got to communicate with voters. Instead of trying to explain who we aren't, this election we've been able to talk about our ideas. And for us, much like my nemesis, Socialist Jordan, who you had on the program earlier, for us, this is as much about education and ideology as it is about election results. So, we changed our name, we changed our branding, not only so that we could distinguish ourselves and differentiate ourselves from the other political parties, but so that we could explain to people what libertarianism is. And we're having those conversations with voters throughout the campaign. And just quickly, I know we've obviously discussed this before, we've discussed it in debates, you've been very public about it. Freedom parties, you weren't able to get complete coalitions up. I know there were some efforts, there have been some joint tickets, there have been some efforts with cooperation. What are you really hoping to do, regardless of your own result? I know it would obviously boost your standing if you were an elected senator, but regardless, what are you hoping the freedom movement does, freedom parties do, to stop constant vote splitting and more parties popping up in 2028? Well, look, what I would say, Leo, is that obviously it's early days yet. We don't know what the final result is going to be, but One Nation has benefited significantly from much mainstream media and Sky News alternative media publicity. They've basically been sort of, I suppose, lauded as the poster child of the fragmenting of the centre-right vote in this election in a way that the Libertarians certainly didn't benefit from. And more power to them. We're not entitled to anybody's time or platform. But I would say that if the One Nation result is strong tonight, if those results do hold, One Nation will have very little appetite for negotiating with others. So I don't think we're going to see the kind of shift we might have seen if the results were different. I hope I'm wrong, because I still think it's really important and it's a really big opportunity for parties to cooperate where there are shared values and where there are opportunities to do so. But my suspicion will be that, if One Nation gets a big boost at this election, regardless of what they're able to keep in terms of gains or consolidate or sort of grow, I think that they will take the lesson or the result that they don't need to work with other parties to continue doing that. Now, whether that's the right lesson or not, I'll leave that to others. I suspect it's not. But yeah, we'll very much have to wait and see where everything falls after tonight. But certainly I'm committed to continuing to work with other minor parties to try to cooperate where there are shared values and to try to be more organised in the way we approach attempting to get representatives elected to Canberra. Wait and see is correct. I'm sure we'll catch up again in the future. Best of luck to your count. We'll be following the Senate over the next few weeks very, very closely. Jordan Dittloff, Libertarian for the Senate Victoria. Thank you very much. Thank you, Liam. Jordan Dittloff there, the lead candidate for the Libertarian Party in Victoria, running in the Senate there, and we'll be focused, of course, on the Senate in the days and weeks to come. We're really not going to get many results tonight, nor will they be the focus. I think it goes kind of unnoticed that we literally just called the election for Labor. Others have called the election for Labor. There's no path to a coalition government, minority or majority. Labor will end up with the most seats. Labor will form government. Anthony Albanese remains Prime Minister. Stuart Jeffrey, we didn't get your reaction before that interview, so you're in now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it was always unlikely that the coalition would get in either way. Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, there aren't going to be many Teals that would back it, and the Greens obviously wouldn't. So the only way that the LNP would be able to form any form of government would be somehow the One Nation Labor pipeline overflows, and a lot of Labor seats go One Nation, and One Nation does coalition, which isn't going to happen. And we're seeing that here. One Nation's vote, I think, was down in the final poll done, was it yesterday? And yeah, it's not surprising to think to anyone that coalition government is out of the picture.
Okay, maybe I should never concede that I'm going to be wrong. But could Dutton actually lose Dixon? I know we haven't seen a results update, but if they're talking about increasing Labor seats, and this is one of the most marginal seats, Dutton aside, Stuart, choose your words carefully. I am your boss. Is your boss wrong, potentially?
If I say no, if I say you're right, do I get a pay rise?
Just say
it. I'm going to say that you're wrong.
Oh, well, we're on broadcast, and I think there's like laws. I can't dock your pay for that. No, I wouldn't. We're all friends here, and we're all supported generously.
I will sue you for it. I can do that. So
I'm not going to go up against your legal expertise. I'll say that, Maggie. Numbers aside, just forget about the numbers for a second, which is a really weird thing to say to you and anyone on election night. But just your reaction to Labor winning this. I mean, it's an extraordinary turnaround from where the polls were a few months ago.
I feel like Labor winning government tonight wasn't entirely unexpected. Honestly, I quite expected Labor to form government. I think most people agree. But the point is, it looks like they're doing so insane in some of these areas. It looks like a big blowout. This looks like a result, that could have happened in early 2023 if there was an election then when Labor was sweeping the polls. That looks like what this result is at the moment. At the same time, I think the swings and such will be quite muted by the early votes and the postals, and that the election day vote is just going to be quite different in comparison to those. That's just a prediction. It's not. It's a guess, honestly. But I think we should wait for early votes to find out some of these more shocking seats. But at the moment, Labor looks way too good in Dixon. Maybe. I think I might say that Peter Dutton has lost a seat.
Maybe, but not yet. Not a final call yet. Not a final call. We're going to.
I think Dutton's lost his seat.
We're going to legalise cannabis in a second, but I want to get Roman McKenna now because he's at. Roman is at the LNP campaign centre in Brisbane. Roman, I think they've got Channel 9 on. Channel 9's called it. What's the mood?
The mood, well, it's surprisingly electric. Whether they haven't seen the results, they're just not agreeing with them. Who knows? But probably since our last cross, the numbers of people in here has probably doubled. There's been so many people. Those what we are calling Six News is projecting a Labor government. Lots of other outlets are also projecting that. So the mood hasn't shifted yet. So I have spotted a few state MPs, state candidates, things like that, and it's definitely something to look out for. You know what else is also to look out for is Dixon. We have 31% of the vote counted. Hayley France is still leading Peter Dutton, 34. She's got a primary vote, 34% of the vote. Dutton is on 30. The independent 13.3 and Greens Vinnie Batten is on 8.6. So that is definitely something to watch out for throughout the night. This is one of two losses, the worst possible option for the coalition, a loss nationwide and Peter Dutton losing his seat. And judging by, our predictions, it will be one. It will be one, and the coalition has lost nationally. Whether it be the second, well, we'll find out shortly.
We will, Roman. Thank you. Joining us now, Jason Mikeska is the Legalised Cannabis Party's lead candidate for the Senate in Western Australia. Looks like we can just bring him up now. Jason, good evening to you.
Hey, buddy, how are you, mate?
Good, thanks. Really nice to have you here. First of all, get onto your party in a second, but your reaction, Labor's retaining government.
Oh yeah, look, that's pretty clear. To be honest with you, probably about halfway through the campaign, that looked on. The Libs had an absolute shocker, which I find a bit hard to understand. They just had a train wreck of a state campaign, and they've backed it up with a federal one the same.
What about the legalised cannabis party? Look, it's going to be ages till we get Senate results in that are meaningful, obviously, and House results can only tell us so much. But from your experience just on the booths over the past 2 weeks, how have you felt?
Look, the energy has just been amazing. You might have seen I've had the hemp mobile going madly around the state the last week. I've done about 2,000 kilometres, and I haven't gone further south than Margaret River. So I've covered a lot of ground, went through the wheat belt yesterday. And the reaction at the booth is just outstanding. We're getting stopped by people driving around town wanting to have photos next to the hemp mobile. The energy is just fantastic. I'm actually expecting quite a good result here in WA, to be honest. I'm quietly confident.
Quietly confident, all right. In terms of what you're hearing from voters, though, and you know, I say this with all respect to legalised cannabis voters, is it just people who are protest vote, joke votes, or is it people who are having serious conversations about cannabis, wanting it legalised for, you know, various reasons?
Look, the latter is obviously there. It's in our name. But I've had an entire campaign where I haven't even spoken about the legalisation of cannabis. I've talked about no one losing their job or their licence, taking medication as prescribed by their doctor. That's had real cut through with the FIFO workers, with government workers, police officers. I've had police officers come up to me and tell me it should be legal. So, you know, and hemp, you know, we look at this plant hemp that's been demonised the same as cannabis, and it could literally save our planet. So really the conversation has shifted away from the legalising of cannabis. That's obvious. That's in our name. It's more to the amount of wealth that we could unlock with the hemp industry in this state. And of course, you know, ending discrimination of medicinal cannabis users in the workplace and on the road.
And just also in the Senate, you know, where we're seeing a potential situation for Labor to potentially hold things, you know, the LNP might not be able to gain. I'm talking nationwide here. But say you get in yourself, or maybe one of your legalised cannabis colleagues, or both. Do you think that the rough kind of numbers we're seeing with the existing Senate and the Senate that could be elected here, that's something you could negotiate with effectively, looking at the numbers for kind of, I guess people would call it a kind of a broad progressive bloc?
Look, that's what I've been. That's why I've done this. That's why I'm running, and I run for this party, is because that's what we need in the Senate. We need a centre right, and this might sound funny coming from the legalised cannabis party, but most of us are centre right. We're small business owners. We've got ex-military people running as candidates for us. So I think it's time. You know, look, and I've said this ad nauseum through the campaign too. The Greens have had the last 6 parliaments where they've had the chance to hold the balance of power, and we just haven't had the fundamental reform in this country we need. So I hope with David Pocock and Lambie and a few others, and maybe a couple of us, that we can then be another pathway to getting genuine reform through this country. It'll be messy. We won't get everything we want, but that's what Parliament's about. And I think the Greens are finding out now too that, you know, people have sort of going, well, you know, vote for change. Well, we've had 6 election cycles, and where's that change come from? And it just hasn't been there. So, look, I really hope, whether it's me or whether it's another progressive here in WA who wins, I just hope that we do get that block and we can actually get some serious work done in this country, because it needs to be done. It needs to be done.
Yeah, just quickly on that, and look, we're waiting to make calls for a lot of Green seats, far too early in our count, but obviously at minimum they're still going to have a bunch of seats in the Senate anyway. That's near guaranteed. They are still pro-legalisation of cannabis, so would you still want to try to work for them? I mean, broadly, they, you know, still have a policy around this, which is more positive than, like, you know, the coalition or the UAP policy.
Well, look, I'm not look, don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-Greens, and I do know where they stand on this. In fact, I worked with some of their members 20 years ago to get decriminalisation here in Western Australia, and they were fantastic, utterly fantastic. So it's just, I guess, I feel that they've had an opportunity when they helped Labor rush through 40-odd bills in an afternoon, that if they really wanted legalised cannabis, there was an opportunity then to simply have some federal laws amended, which would have allowed the states, and that's the thing, allow the states to make the decision. And it's a tweak of a couple of federal laws and a bit of reclassifying of cannabis in some medical areas, and states can legalise it. They can then, we can stop this crime and corruption rodeo that we've been on for 100 years, and the money that drug dealers are currently pocketing, I think would be better in our hospitals and schools. So look, absolutely, I'll work with the Greens, and I'll work with anybody in the Senate. I just hope that we can work on something that's realistic, that will get broad support, and even if we have to chop it up into bits and pieces in order to get it through, I think the onus is on us to get it done. It's certainly what the community wants, and that has come through loud and clear. I've got photos of every political party standing next to the Hepmobile, Liberal, National, you name it, and they all want to see it happen.
Jason, we'll let you go. Jason Mikeska, legalised cannabis lead candidate for the Senate in Western Australia. Best of luck to you. I'm sure we'll catch up as the Senate count progresses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Leo. Appreciate it.
We're going to go straight back to Roman McKinnon at LNP headquarters in Brisbane. Is he on mute? Roman. I don't think we called it yet. I'll wait for Maggie, but Channel 9's on in the background. Channel 9 has called Dixon for Labor. They've called it from what I just saw there. What the hell are they saying in there?
That is correct. It says ALP gains. Sky News is on to my left. They are still saying Labor ahead, but who knows, right? Nine are predicting Ailey France has ousted Peter Dutton in his own seat of Dixon. That's pretty massive. A 9.16% swing to Labor. We were predicting a 1.5% swing, not a 9.16% swing. That's absolutely astronomical. And, preferences are still rolling in, and we haven't even seen the full brunt of this, Labor campaign. I need to stress this, though. It is still early. There's the two candidate preferred is around 57-42. That's a big number, right? That's 7% of the vote that Peter Dutton, or even, 8% of the vote that Peter Dutton would have to make up ground on Ailey France. That's absolutely huge. So Peter Dutton has, lost the election, and now he's about to lose his seat. We are not calling it. We cannot stress that enough. We are not calling it, but it's very, very close.
Or we might be able to, depending on what Maggie Perry tells me in a second when we get to her. I'll give her a second.
Yeah.
But yeah. It's regardless. I mean, it's an extraordinary swing from what we're seeing tonight. By all metrics, by all opposition leader boost, incumbent boost, anti-ALP vote, by all metrics, he should have retained his seat easily.
Calling it. There's no way he loses his seat. Well, at the moment, it looks like he will. He's lost the prime ministership, or he's lost his shot at the prime ministership, and now he's about to lose his seat, which is absolutely extraordinary. So I wonder, I would love to be a fly on the wall inside Labor's campaign right now. I know they're hosting it in Dixon. We tried to get access, but we were left with no response. I would love to know what it is feeling like right now, because in 2022, as I mentioned earlier, they were ahead early and they were very optimistic and hopeful, but then they lost, right? So, I wonder how they are feeling right now. But yeah, absolutely extraordinary. A 9.16% swing to ALP. Just insane, Leo.
It is pretty insane, but we will wait for Maggie Perry to make that call. We will bring her in now. Maggie, the hot seats, you're in the hot seat here. Everyone's waiting. What's your call in Dixon,
Leo,
if there is a call?
I've called Dixon for Labor. Ali France will win that seat. Peter Dutton.
And there you go. 6 News projects Peter Dutton has lost his seat of Dixon to the Labor Party. An extraordinary result. An extraordinary result being projected there. And that is just unbelievable. That is an unbelievable result for Labor against the coalition. That is a stunning, stunning result. I sound insane here, maybe repeating myself. It cannot be understated how insane this result is. Stuart Jeffrey, wow.
I mean, yeah, we weren't expecting it, but clearly, I think we all didn't we all say minority? I think you and I said minority. Maggie, did you say minority as well?
I said a minority.
Okay, we have some bloody Roman, I think, had a majority at one point.
Why didn't we listen to Roman?
Should have listened to Roman.
But go on, Stuart.
Yes. I mean, they're losing ground in Queensland. I just want to pull up some of the other Queensland figures that I've got in front of me. Just give me 1 second to pull those up. But I mean, the one thing that I can say is that Groom is staying LNP. Nothing ever changes. So I'm slowly joining your camp there, Leo. Nothing ever changes camp. But yeah, let me just pull up the Queensland figures for 1 second. Brisbane, I think Brisbane's currently saying leading Greens. That's what the ABC says. That's what Nine is saying. I don't know the full figures in front of me for that. Dixon Labor's ahead. Ford Labor's ahead. Leichhardt, I said Leichhardt on to watch. Yeah. Didn't you say you should have watched Leichhardt more? I think you said that earlier.
I did say that.
This is why.
I should listen to Maggie.
It's going Labor, which I expected that it would go Labor. Ryan is still up in the air. No one knows how Ryan's going to go, but that's Petrie, Bonner, Leichhardt, Ford, and Dixon are all up for grabs for Labor. So making some serious headway into LNP territory in Queensland. That being said, Queensland has an annoying tendency to go one way at the state level and go the opposite way at the federal level. I don't know why, but it's just what Queensland does. So that shouldn't actually be that surprising that Queensland's going Labor because we're currently LNP at the state level. So, I mean, I should have seen that coming as a Queenslander, but you know, we weren't expecting it. That's all I can say. We weren't expecting it.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, let's take a step back here. The opposition leader losing his seat is very much unheard of. This is stunning. This is absolutely stunning. And Maggie, I mean, just, you know, for Labor here, this is a seat they have tried to get. They have cut the margin down. With Ali France, 2019, 2022, now 2025, and it's gone. I mean, that's stunning.
Look, there's just been a complete rejection of the Liberals. It looks like, especially in Queensland, which is quite ironic. Where, I mean, I can list the seats again. It looks like the Liberals are in serious trouble. It looks like Labor's ahead in Bowman, you know, Bonner, trying to remember the other ones, Dixon, of course, Petrie, Longman, Leichhardt. Labor's also ahead in Brisbane and Griffith, and the Teal Independents and Fisher. Not ahead, but it looks like the Teal Independents doing quite well in Fisher and Groom. So that's 10 seats where the Liberals are in serious trouble.
Did you say Groom?
To my understanding, it looks like the Independent might be doing pretty okay, but they're not ahead. They're currently behind by Susie Holt.
I don't see Groom going that. We're going to get the exact figures from the AEC there, but as a Groom, yeah, there's a swing towards her, which is definitely true, but that's only a swing on primaries, and there are more independents running than there were last time. Also, no UAP ran last time. So a slight swing against the LNP, but on preferences, it's still preferences. It's still pretty clear, I'd say, for that.
Well, the Liberals have gone down 3%, and Susie Holt's up 11%.
True, but my point remains that Teal's never had much grassroots in. I will push back on that. The Teal's never had much chance in Queensland.
Any update on McPherson?
McPherson is a good point. So the LNP are down to 32% on primary vote. Labor's on 22%, and O'Connor Murray Bartlett, the quote-unquote Teal Independent, is at 16%. The Greens at 10%, So the question here is, the Liberals are going to have a much easier time defeating Labor than a kind of Murray Bartlett. So if Murray Bartlett is able to overtake Labor on preferences or with a increased vote count, then the Liberals start being in trouble. But right now, it looks like Labor will finish second in that seat. And in Moncrief, it looks like generally the same story.
Yeah, so look, we'll keep an eye on McPherson there, which will be interesting to follow, as is all these seats. But I mean, this is extraordinary. I'm pretty stunned by it. Maybe I jinxed it, but I mean, sorry, I'm genuinely surprised at this result. In Dixon specifically, not even so much the national result. That's insane. That is insane. And I am just, wow. What a result for Labor. What an extraordinary result. And Stuart, I mean, granted, a few of their main potential leaders are up in the air, but where can the coalition go from here?
I mean, who do they have left? I would have said Bridget Archer would be in a chance, but Bridget Archer's now
They
out.
won't. Oh, is she? Oh, well, I was going to say they wouldn't pick her anyway, but that's a hypothetical that will never be up.
A popular contender. I wouldn't say she's probably one of the remaining leaders on the Liberal left. Yeah, probably post Turnbull, Liberal left leader, but yes. Now, I don't know how many there are that they can rely on. I mean, Little Proud's Nationals. Who do they go to?
Angus Taylor. I mean, look, we'll wait for some more results, but wow. Dutton is gone, and Labor has won the election. Now, I believe we're going to get Roman McKinnon on the line in a second. Just waiting here on there. So we'll just get Roman McKinnon on live in just a second. He's at the LNP's function in Brisbane. I think that should be mentioned. He's at the LNP function, so he is in a interesting environment for a night like tonight. But yeah, wow. What a night so far, and it's not even 9. It is not even 9 p.m.
We're not even 1 hour into counting Western Australia's votes.
No, we're not. True. Sorry, go ahead, Maggie.
I wanted to say, it looks like I'm going over some of these Green seats. So it looks like the Greens are in a very bad position in Brisbane and Griffith. Looks like they're ahead in Melbourne and Ryan. And then as for seats they don't hold, looks like they won't win Cooper. In Macnamara, Josh Burns is in a very good position, the Labor MP. And then Wills, it looks like the Greens are currently ahead. So the Greens are ahead in Wills, and they're a chance in Richmond as well. So this is a very scattered night where we really do not have.
So Maggie, Maggie, sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, we'll go to the LNP thing. And it looks like Peter Dutton might be there in a sec. But Maggie, just very quickly, let's say Greens did lose Griffith and Brisbane, retain Melbourne and Ryan. Would you say that was the most likely result if they were down to 2 seats? Melbourne and Ryan would be the retains, Griffith and Brisbane would be the losses?
Oh, of course. I think Ryan and Melbourne were both considered shoo-ins. Right now, it doesn't look like that, but I think Melbourne and Ryan were definitely the most likely. Griffith, there was the very real problem that, it would be a Labor versus Greens contest, and you know what? That's exactly what's eventuated at the moment. And at Brisbane, there was a good chance that the Greens fall into third, which once again, it does look like that's what's going on.
We're looking at a live shot. This is the LNP's function in Brisbane. An extraordinary night there. Peter Dutton, unless he doesn't, I think he will. And we're not going to break, by the way. Maybe we are actually. Maybe we won't. I think we're going to power through this though. Peter Dutton, at this rate, is going to have to give a concession speech for the government result and his own seat. I don't remember if John Howard conceded Bennelong on the night. I don't remember if it was able. I think it was able to be called on the night. I don't remember if he conceded on the night. But this is the closest thing we have to it at a federal level in recent years, right, Stuart? At a federal level, this is the closest thing we have to it. Dutton losing his seat to Howard losing his seat.
I mean, probably. Ooh. I mean, if the only one that I can think of in recent years for Queensland would be Newman, who lost on the night and gave a concession speech from his seat, I'm pretty sure, in Queensland. But yeah, it's definitely something we haven't seen federally for quite some time.
All right, going live. Well, this is Peter Dutton. He's lost his seat and he's lost government. Tony Abbott. Who was that? I can't tell. I love blue screens. That was Tony Abbott. Excuse me. We're still waiting for Peter Dutton. And by the sound of it, it looked like no response from Tony Abbott there. Excuse me, that was Tony Abbott. Sorry, yeah, Stuart, I'm sorry. I'll let you continue where you were.
Oh, I've lost track of where I was now. Okay.
Well, go from anywhere.
By saying,
Newman 2012, something like that.
Oh, I was saying Newman's the most recent example for Queensland. I mean, I know that Dutton is federal, but his seat's still in Queensland, geographically speaking. So it's not that unheard of, at least in Queensland geographically, if not electorally at a federal level. Is it worthwhile we wait going for some of the Senate figures then? If we've called Labor, do we want to look at some of the Senate figures?
If you have them, please let me know.
I have Queensland Senate figures.
Shoot.
Labor 2, Greens and Pauline Hanson. So 2 Labor, 2 LNP, 1 Greens, 1 Hanson. Yeah, that's what we're looking like for Queensland right now. Yeah, so Greens and Pauline Hanson are basically tied right now in terms of Senate votes, at least in Queensland. I'll cycle through the other states, but that's the go in Queensland right now, and I'll update you as I go through the Senate figures shortly. Just give me a second, and I'll start pulling through those for you. If we go over to, for example, Victoria, and you'll have to give me a second to crunch some numbers, but Victoria's figures look like you've got 2 Labor, 2 LNP, Greens, and Hanson. So Hanson gain in Victoria. What seats did you have Hanson gaining in, Leo? I think you had Hanson gaining 3 seats.
I said SA, WA, New South Wales.
So we're looking, and this is early figures. Again, it's Senate. It will take a few days to come through, but we've got One Nation retains Queensland, One Nation gains in Victoria. In Tasmania, you're looking, it's a bit closer there. Labor gets 2, Liberals gets 2, Greens get 1, and then Hanson and Labor fight for the final seat. Jackie Lambie Network not doing very well in Tasmania, coming in with 0.07 of a provisional quota. So Jackie Lambie not doing very well in Tasmania, One Nation doing pretty well there. If we then go cycle through to Western Australia, we've got like nothing for, because Western Australia's polling booths only closed like. Are we getting to a break, Leo? Or do we need to keep going?
Keep going. Let's power through this. Austin, if you want to, sorry.
Northern Territory is quite early. If there were 6 senators in the territory, Greens and Hanson would get 1 as well. But I mean, the ACT, we always knew which way that the ACT was and the NT were going to go. ACT again is Pocock and Labor. If I go through South Australia, we've got 2 Liberal, two Labor, and then Greens and Hanson. So again, it's a Hanson gain there. And have I done New South Wales? I haven't done New South Wales, have I?
Keep talking.
And New South Wales, we've got two Labor, two Liberals, Greens, and Hanson. So that means we've got Hanson in every state, potentially.
That'd be extraordinary if she knocked off Jackie Lambie.
That's like the Greens. That's like the Greens. The Greens have a senator in every state at every election. And looks like Hanson will get either 6th or 7th in every state. So
I'd dial it down from, so I'd say 6. So well, granted, they're still going to hold, obviously, Pauline Hanson's seat, because she's not up at this election.
Yeah.
So at this,
Malcolm Roberts has to hold. Malcolm Roberts is holding.
Let's say they win in every seat, right? Every state, one in every state. That puts them at 7 total. Greens at 11. That is huge. One Nation didn't do this well in a double dissolution, right, where the quota's halved. I mean, that would be an extraordinary result. Granted, we're not making any calls, are we? And this is going to take much longer than tonight. But if that held, I mean, that'd be extraordinary. And arguably, that's against some of the One Nation critics, though, that were saying One Nation couldn't do it, including myself. I thought One Nation would lose to potentially legalise cannabis. I mean, this would be extraordinary.
We're talking Queensland 1998 levels of Labor win of One Nation wins. Like, that's just amazing that we're seeing One Nation. Even if they don't get 6th, they'll go 7th. So they'll only just miss out in every single state based on these figures. No one else is doing that well. As you said, beating Lambie. Is that? Tell me, where is Hanson's daughter running? Is she running in Tasmania?
Lee Hanson.
So we'll have two Hansons. Hanson and Hanson.
Extraordinary. All right, we are. Yes. Sorry, Stuart, to interrupt. I was just going to say we are going to go to Levi Knight. He's at the Greens event in Brisbane. Greens currently behind in Brisbane and Griffith, currently ahead in Ryan and Melbourne. Levi Knight's there. Levi is in Brisbane. Good evening to you. What's the mood like there?
Absolutely ecstatic. It's very, very loud in this room. Everyone is very, very happy, especially at that news of a Labor government. Everyone was meeting earlier, and there was a briefing that the people were directed to avoid the TVs and be a little bit blind with the results, but it seems the mood has significantly changed behind me. Everyone is very happy, especially at the news of who Dutton seat being.
Levi, I might have to get you to raise your mic really up just because of the volume in there. I think your mic's connected. I'm hoping it is. But yeah, just keep it up. Any reaction to Dutton specifically losing his seat?
Yes, there was massive cheers all over the place to that news. Everyone is very, very happy at that idea and the idea of a Labor government. Now, despite the directions to avoid the TVs, everyone seems to have come back and we are glued to the channels around the room. Peter Dutton's news has taken the room very, very well. Everyone here is very happy about it, especially the concept of a Labor government. We're still watching those seats and there's still mixed emotions where that's concerned. Keeping in mind the Senate is still to be decided. Everyone is very, very optimistic about the party's chances.
Yeah, Larissa Waters, the incumbent Green Senator running for re-election there. Overall, you have to say, though, Levi, forget the Greens results specifically, but look, at the end of the day, you know, many of their supporters, many of their voters, I'd say all of their MPs, for obvious reasons, are anti-Dutton specifically. You're in Queensland. Dutton himself, obviously, personally, you obviously have people who like him, but there are people who really intensely do not like him. I mean, that is just extraordinary, not just losing government, but to be out of Parliament. And you've said it, but I'll let you continue on, right? That's insane for Queensland especially, and must be some good reactions continuing there.
Yep. Despite anything to do with the Greens results, that news is by far a dream come true to many of not only the candidates but the volunteers standing in this room. That the biggest reaction of the night, hearing from every channel that Dutton's seat was in contest and then he's lost his seat. Everyone here was very, very happy to find that out. Not only the idea of a Labor government, but anti-Peter Dutton, everyone was very happy, especially compared to the reactions of, say, Adam Bandt on the screen or and their polls. Seeing that happen has definitely been the highlight of everyone's night. And as I said before, a dream come true. I don't think many people could have hoped for much more apart from keeping some of these seats. They are still watching closely.
All right, Levi, we'll keep coming back to you throughout the night. Thank you very much. Doing a great job in Brisbane there at the Greens function. Maggie, we've kind of left you in, I know you've been working hard in the background there. We've kind of left you alone for a few minutes, but we'll just continue to give your thoughts. First of all, just on Dixon, results aside, monumental, right? I mean, you and I both look at historical elections very often. You don't see this, and you don't see this for obvious reason, which is why we're banging on about it so much.
Yeah, Dixon, I mean, Peter Dutton's held this for many years, many elections as well. I think the last Labor MP was Cheryl Curnow, who was the leader of the Democrats for a period before she defected. And Peter Dutton gained that seat in 2001. And now, after really multiple elections of really trying to gain this seat, Labor's finally managed to pull ahead in Dixon, and by a huge margin too. I'll have to double check what the margin is right now. Currently, Labor are ahead by 9% in the two-party preferred, and they're leading the Liberals on primary votes. This is an astounding result.
Astounding is we could be understating it at this point. I mean, increased majority is monumental there. Maggie, I got a tip to look at Richmond results. I haven't actually seen them since I saw that message.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that.
Currently in Richmond, we have a 2% swing to the Greens, a 1% swing to Labor, and a 1% swing to the Nationals. Now, what the ABC is projecting will happen here is, problem for the Greens, the Nationals will fall into third, which means the Greens won't be able to win that preference count against Labor. That's going to be a really big problem for them if the Nationals even can't even place in the top two in a seat like Richmond, which is, I mean, to its south and its west, surrounded by the national seat of Page. So if the Nationals fall into third, then Mandy Nolan for the Greens can't win it.
Which is significant here because I think, the Greens maybe had better chances, and we discussed before the impact of where the major parties end up for Green seats, right, Maggie? Really, the worse it gets for the coalition, in many ways, indirectly, it gets for the Greens, because they're not ending up in these contests with coalition parties where they would almost be guaranteed wins on a decent primary vote or a 30% primary vote. The coalition's that bad, it's harming the Greens.
Yeah. Well, that's what's happened in Griffith and even maybe Ryan, where the Liberals might fall into third in that seat. So, just a collapsing Liberal Party is really bad for the Greens in this sense. It's meant, well, Max Chandler-Mather is, I'll say he probably lost his seat. I'll have to double check that. Well, his primary vote's down by about 3%, but that isn't really the story here. The story is that the LNP are 13% behind both the Greens and Labor. So it's also meant that places like Fraser or Moreton, as well as Griffith and Bryan in both seats, the Liberals collapsing has meant the Greens won't be able to gain those seats, despite big swings in Fraser.
Uzi, we're just keeping a close eye on the LNP function. I'm not going to go there yet. We're just looking at shoes at the moment. We'll keep a close eye on it because we're hearing Dutton could be soonish. I say soonish like I don't have exact time soonish, but worth watching soonish. And it's always worth watching 6 News anyway. But yeah, Maggie, also just on that, just quickly, I know we mentioned maybe 15 minutes ago, but just on Ryan, how have the numbers kind of tightened up there?
I'll quickly go to that. Currently, the Greens are on 32%. The the Liberals are on 30% and Labor's on 28%. And that means Labor being in third place, as well as the fact that the other vote is entirely Freedom parties, mostly Freedom parties. Those preferences will go to the Liberals. That means this contest at the moment looks like it'll be between the Liberals and the Greens, which means the Greens would win the seat of Ryan at the moment.
Yeah, wow, wowee. Okay, thank you for those updates there, Maggie. We were going to get Stuart Jeffrey back in a second, but we are going to get to the Ryan. Look, we'll show it on screen now. If it's in a small box, it doesn't look as bad. Can you tell there's a lot of journalists there? Good on Roman McKinnon for being there. But wow, I think Dutton's personal brand at this election has just been, can I just remind everyone of what they're handing out in Melbourne, right? We can safe the cut back. This is what they're handing out now, and this was again the Victorian Trade Halls Council. I get this is in a Melbourne where we were getting this, but clearly, personally, there was an issue, and it seems, Stuart, I wonder if you agree with kind of this analysis. It seems that when given the notice, kind of, that this MP Peter Dutton could actually be Prime Minister, Dixon voters changed their mind on this when he was actually the prime ministerial candidate, quote unquote.
Is this a Abbott effect, where he's seen as a great opposition leader but a horrible prime minister sort of situation? That's what the general view was about. Was about Abbott, from Abbott's electorate at the very least, that he was a good opposition leader but not a great prime minister. And I know it's political. That's not what I'm not saying that I believe that, but I'm saying that was a common narrative of people with regards to why Abbott did so well in opposition but not so well as prime minister. And I think it's potentially some sort of effect we've got here as well, is that you're exactly right. Given the chance that Peter Dutton could become prime minister, that it was entirely a vote based on that in Dixon. So that definitely does seem to be what the general view is here. And usually you have an advantage as an incumbent opposition leader, but clearly that isn't enough here.
I'm sorry that I keep repeating myself here, guys. I'm just so stunned. I am stunned. That is arguably more extraordinary. No, I wouldn't say arguably. I'm going to make a definitive statement. That is more extraordinary than Labor winning majority government again. Dutton losing Dixon. Just the ramifications of that. He's gone from the... I mean, let's also not forget, he's been an MP for what, 20 years? 20, 25, almost 25 years, right? He's a long...
You know what did this?
MP.
It was your bloody post last week when the Canadian Conservative leader lost his seat, and you said this would never happen anywhere else, and it happened in Australia. I'm blaming you for that. It's entirely on you, Leo. Stop
Stuart, that's
things,
a fair
please.
blame, but, you know, this has been a long week. The Canadian election was this week, Stuart. It was like 5 days ago. It's been a long week. It's been a long week. But I said in January, I am absolutely confident, I said, Peter Dutton can't lose from here, I said. Oh, man. Wow. Wowee.
Maggie, what are our current figures for seats that we've called for Labor?
Yeah, we may need to update it.
I haven't been working on
You're being paid to do this, Maggie.
I haven't been working on the seat calls specifically, but
okay.
Yeah, I don't have any figures. Would like to say it looks like maybe in Victoria, looked like Dan Teagan has kept his seat against Alex Dyson.
Really? Is that
Yes.
How much of the vote do we have in there?
That's according to the ABC. So what's happened? Dyson's got a 11% swing. The Liberals are down 1%, but most of their vote has come from the Greens and Labor, who together are down 11, and so that hasn't really changed much in terms of preferences. At the very least, that's what it's looking like right now. I think Dyson could still definitely win that seat, but that's what the ABC is saying, that Dan Teagan has kept his seat, which would mean he would be a very possible Liberal contender.
Front line. Got something happening. not Peter Dutton. We're still kind of waiting to be there. But we'll
we've
go
had
back
some more
there
figures in Wills come in, and Wills has gone back Greens. So Greens are currently leading in Wills. So there's a figure for you. First, to give the Greens some hope. Samantha Ratnam has him with a decent chance. She was losing for a while, but she's doing pretty decently there now, relying a lot on preferences from Socialist Alliance. Socialist Alliance coming in with current figures are around 8%. So leading heavily on preference flows there from legalized cannabis and from Fusion. Fusion contesting the seat for the first time around, as is legalized cannabis. Pauline Hanson contesting, Pauline Hanson One Nation contesting and not doing very well there, but it looks like the Greens will possibly regain, will take Wills.
Possibly is a bit doing a heavy lifting there.
Yes.
Stuart, just while we've got you, anything out of Ryan?
Hang on, Socialist Alliance is coming in 4th. That's their best seat in the entire nation, in the entire country.
Sue Bolton, local councillor, prominent candidate. She's run a bunch. Doesn't surprise me too much. Sorry, I said Ryan. Stuart, what I meant, have we got anything out of Hunter?
It's a very different seat. It's very, very different.
Very different. Yeah, it's a complete change.
Currently, the Nationals are down 9%. One Nation's up 7%. On current count, One Nation is ahead of the Nationals.
Right. Can we just listen in here? That was okay. We just missed him. That was Jared Bligh, the Deputy Premier of Queensland. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. I'm sure by a Queenslander. Deputy Leader of the LNP there. Someone who had a much more successful election campaign like 5 months ago. Not sure who that was. But we'll just keep an eye on this. This is really the ambush entry there. They can't escape. They can't escape that.
I feel like Labor's probably going to retain Hunter. That's my current figures.
But if One Nation end up in the two-candidate
Labor's on 40% right now. They've definitely won Hunter.
Okay. If One Nation end up in the two-candidate preferred, though, that is in itself a pretty significant result. And really, this could have gone their way if the election was worse for Labor. That sounds obvious, but Stuart, I think...
Labor would win off Greens' preferences, or alternatively, if Liberals are only just below One Nation. So if Liberals and One Nation swaps, then One Nation votes will get Labor over the edge as well, because, again, One Nation Labor pipeline is the thing that people keep forgetting about. One Nation is not always
what's your
right
reaction
wing.
to this?
Yeah, right. If you're saying something, my AirPods just died, so I can't hear you. So just say anything about any seat at all while I connect.
We always have a tech issue sometime, and it appears that this is the case. But yes, as I was saying, the One Nation Labour pipeline is a real thing people keep forgetting about. When you talk about the Freedom Party Alliance, I know Dittloff was talking about it earlier, talking about the Freedom Party Alliance dealing with One Nation. One Nation definitely got its start in right-wing circles, but the One Nation Labour pipeline is a real thing that happens, and it means that One Nation gets to draw a little bit on the Labour voters, and that makes it ever so slightly bipartisan. It still definitely leans right-wing, but it is a factor there. We have Leo back?
We are back. So back, even.
Do we have any word? Do we have Dutton yet?
We don't have Dutton. I'm going to make a bold call and say he'll be the last person to come through those doors. Maggie, let me just preface this by saying I don't doubt you. People at home shouldn't doubt your calls or doubt Six News. I'm very confident in that. But we've had interesting calls over the years. We've had interesting seats. We've had changes. We're 100% confident. Well, about as close to 100% as we can regarding Dixon.
He has lost his seat, Leo.
I trust you. I'm just waiting. I'm always waiting. Which is fun. But I believe we just got a live shot from the this is the Prime Minister's vehicle, so it's not our shot. Ugh. Who's broadcast that? Can't worry. I didn't see anything. Did you? Anyway, yeah. So we'll wait for the Prime Minister to speak soon. What's the tradition? Who speaks first? Surely they wait for Dutton, don't they? Is he coming out soon? I haven't heard when he's coming.
Dutton would go first, yes.
But yeah, we will wait and see. There. Look, it's a long night. It's a long night. What I will say is that you know, we're in a position where and I'll just note, by the way, for people, apparently the ABC website's slow. They still are updating off the broadcast. I may as well take off the broadcast figures, but we can get some continuous updates throughout the evening. But
looking at figures.
yeah, we're also
figures.
hopeful of getting people from One Nation on in just a second. As well, potentially Warwick Stacey, but we'll wait there. But yeah, the big result here is Peter Douglas lost his seat of Dixon. Sorry, Stuart.
I'm looking at Bean right now in the ACT. Potentially the one seat we could get where you could see the Labor lose. I mean, it'd be close, but that's potentially the only seat the Labor would lose is the seat of Bean, and that's going to be very, very close. Independent, there, 27% of the vote being bolstered by Liberal to 22%. On the other hand, you've got Labor at 40% with the Greens at 9%. So it'll be knife's edge in the seat of Bean if the figures say the same they are. That's the only chance. That's the only seat where that's really an issue that Labor has to worry about potentially losing a seat.
And that would be significant in itself. Can we just also take a step back and remember Bean's in the ACT? Like, we're not talking about some random seat here, right? Labor does not lose ACT seats. That'd be really significant result I didn't see coming, maybe until it was kind of flagged by a few people.
I mean, you got swings towards Labor in Canberra and in Fenner, so it'd be really weird to see Bean go the way it does.
And for what it's worth, Canberra's a Greens 2 candidate preferred. Fenner. Don't show my dinner on here. Fenner is a Liberal 2-party preferred. So we'll wait and see on that. Who's the guy that just says coal? Who's the coal man?
We've got some really interesting results in Corwell.
And Corwell's a seat where there were like a gazillion candidates, weren't there?
Yes. Okay. So Labor on 32%, that's down 13. The Liberals are on 15.4, that's down 8%. And Independent Carly Moore is on 14%. There's a huge scattering of votes, like 8% with the Greens, 7.5% with another independent, 7.5% with another independent. If Carly Moore were to stay ahead of the Liberals, it would get ahead of the Liberals, then she could very well beat Labor in Corwell, which is a very random result.
It would be random. Assuming it's Liberal versus Labor, though, is Labor a lot safer then?
Yeah, I imagine Labor would probably retain that.
Yeah, will be interesting to follow that. Still waiting for more out of the LNP's headquarters, 9:22, and we're waiting for quite a few results to continue to come in. The National Greens vote.
Looking at Senate, I'm being random looking at Senate figures in South Australia again. The Nationals ahead of the Libertarian Party. That's weird.
That's bad for the Libertarians. The Nationals ahead. Do you have the 2022 results? Were SA Nats running there?
I could have sworn I saw that game was preferencing. I'll check. I'm sure One Nation was preferencing the Nationals as like number 5 or number 6 on the Senate ballot. Let me check. But I could have sworn I saw that they were preferencing Let me check.
And from what I'm hearing, Stuart, we don't actually have I don't have the figures, sorry, but it looks like David Pocock will win the first seat of the 2 in ACT, which is huge for him. Can we just go live to the LNP?
How soon do however, discussions begin? It's really not a night for me to speak. I'm going to go to he'll have more to say shortly. I understand the interest, I really do, but I've enjoyed speaking to all throughout the campaign, I assure you. It's been fun, but this really isn't my moment. This is moment for others, not listening. Has Mr. Dunn maybe spoken to him? Guys, I think you can understand why I don't have anything to add at the moment. You won't have long to wait. And the party this.
That was Victorian Senator James Patterson there from the LNP headquarters in Brisbane. Sorry, Stuart. I'll go back
Jennifer,
to you.
I've just put it up. Jennifer Games' preferencing card for One Nation had Nationals at number 5. They preferenced Nationals ahead of Liberals in South Australia. Admittedly, they did have Libertarians second, so clearly the One Nation voters haven't followed their how to vote card. If Libertarians are if they're below Nationals. So that's a challenge to the accuracy of how to vote cards when using them to predict election results. But yeah, I'm going to try and work out. I'm going to look at the New South Wales figures and try and work out how well Craig Kelly did there. So if you give me 1 second, I'll go over and check how well they went in New South Wales. Do you want Dittloff's figures?
I am hearing just quickly as you look that up. One Nation is confident in New South Wales. No call, but confident.
Yeah, they'd get in with the 6th seat. I mean, it'd be them or legalise cannabis as the 6th seat in New South Wales, with One Nation leading. Or Labor gets 3. Sorry, that 6th seat will either go Labor, One Nation, or legalise cannabis.
That is
One Nation would provisional quotas. One Nation is sitting at 0.51. Labor would be at 0.42 and legalise cannabis at 0.31. So potentially Labor snags the 3rd seat and gets half the seats in New South Wales. Libertarians didn't do very well. Libertarians came in. Where did they come? Libertarians came in below Trumpeter Patriots. And that was Libertarian Anne Hart and Jared Rennick with Craig Kelly as the candidate. And they came in below Trumpeter Patriots. Trumpeter Patriots, so yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
and
6.
Just sorry to interrupt.
Finishing 7th. That was Craig Kelly.
Just sorry to interrupt. And Maggie, I'll get you on this because I have a vested interest in this seat. It is mine, Kooyong. Have we got a call there yet?
I actually wouldn't call it, but it looks like everything is going in Monique Ryan's favour at this moment. So I think Ryan should get re-elected, but I can't be 100% confident, especially as I don't really know where the votes have come.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll have a look later. Familiar with the area, so I'll take a look later. But interesting there. We'll keep an eye out on that. Stuart?
I've got the figures for you for Kooyong if you want them Labor. If you want them Leo. I just almost called you Labor if you want them Leo. Labor, so Liberals coming in at 39. Monique Ryan at 38. Labor at 11. Greens at 8. Libertarians at 1.3. Hanson and Trumpet got 1 each. Getting off preference flows, we don't have preference flows in for everywhere. But preference flows would have Monique Ryan ahead of the Liberals, presuming that Greens preference Labor preferences Monique Ryan, then Monique Ryan beats Liberals. The two-party preferred figures, or two-candidate preferred figures for the AEC have Liberals at 44. So that would presume that Liberals only gained 5% on preference flows. Which would presumably be Libertarians, One Nation, Patriots, and a handful of potentially Labor voters who would prefer to go Liberal. So Monique Ryan probably retains that. Swing towards her of 3%. on AEC figures. Majority of polling booths reporting. Hawthorn figures, we've only got one Hawthorn booth reporting, the rest of them aren't.
That's
And
my
that is
suburb.
Hawthorn's.
Talk
and that
to
is
me about Hawthorn, please.
Hawthorn Southeast is reporting.
It's not
And
my,
that's
not
Auburn
my
High
area.
School.
From what school?
Auburn.
Auburn.
That's the one. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Queensland. Auburn.
Auburn. Yes. Okay. I make no comment on where I go to school for obvious reasons. Yes. Yes. Sorry. We'll keep looking at. We've just got a bit of distraction in areas because we are watching the LNP feed very closely there for very obvious reasons. I gotta say, great timing. Great timing. Of all the nights you'd want to be at an LNP function as a journalist, I mean, this is one of the top extraordinary ones, right? Especially in Queensland. Wowee. Wow. I think, interesting. Bradfield. Liberals slightly ahead there. No call yet. 45.5 counted. 50.6, 49.4. Nicola Bowl, I think it is just behind there. There's a look at the 6 News control room tonight. Austin Pollock, fantastic job behind this. If you want to support this work to continue, patreon.com/6NewsAU. Please do support that work. We're all working very hard to continue bringing you all the latest, and you can see we're working to get the graphic. There we go. You see it in real time. Isn't that fun? We'll do a full behind the scenes one day, I'm sure. What a good idea, I say to myself.
Northern Territory puts Country Liberals over Labor, so Country Liberals wins the first seat there of 2. So LNP gets them. Country Liberals gets the majority there.
But ACT is Pocock ahead in the ACT from the latest counts?
Let me check for you.
That's what I just heard, but I have not actually seen raw figures.
Yep, he's ahead.
Right. Okay. Well, that'll be significant. It could be a big night for independents. Ooh, David Pocock. Remember the David Pocock party? Yeah, I know. I say this.
Does that mean you get one independent? One of the 3 independent. One of the 3 MPs is independent, and you got an independent senator.
It's Thomas Emerson theory. We were on for the ACT election. Remember how independents for Canberra did?
I mean, all up, that puts you at 3 Labor politicians.
What happened tonight, Mr. Dutton? What happened tonight, Mr. Dutton?
Yeah, Peter Dutton's there. Let's listen in now.
Anything at all, Mr. Dutton?
Audio's a bit shoddy, as you can understand, I'm sure. But we'll keep a very close eye on this. Peter Dutton is speaking in a second.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition.
All right, let's listen in. Peter Dutton is speaking live now.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success. Occasion for the Labor Party. All the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best. Please. Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party, and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job. To Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff, who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advanced team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them. And to all of our loyal staff, thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part, that is my amazing family. Australians have seen plenty of I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kiralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they've they've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dixon and to our amazing supporters in Dixon. Dixon had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. 24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dixon, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. ultimately we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dixon and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're watching Election 2025, Australia Decides, on 6 News.
There you go, Peter Dutton speaking live there, conceding the federal election.
Two things that I love, dancing and dog.
Arguably, even more importantly, conceding his own seat of Dixon to Labor's Ali France. An extraordinary result. Possibly understates it. Stuart, you know, to my producer, I've got a bunch of texts that aren't sending through, so I think, we should recap everything. Sorry. Labor has won government. Anthony Albanese is returned to power. He remains the 31st Prime Minister of Australia. Peter Dutton loses his seat of Dixon. Ali France is the new member for Dixon. An extraordinary gain in an extraordinary situation happening right now in Dixon. And quite frankly, across the country, some extraordinary swings that we are seeing in a few key seats. Want to get to, if we just can get to, if we can just get to Maggie, just on Richmond, because I've just seen something that has Greens ahead in a Greens Labor count. I'm not really sure what's going on there. What are we seeing out of Ryan?
I'll have to double check that. That's interesting. Okay, so the ABC have done a projection between in a Labor Greens count. This happened last election where the Greens were ahead on primaries, the Nationals were far behind, and that narrowed, and eventually the Greens finished third. I think the Greens will probably finish ahead of the Nationals this time, but you know, a lot of these smaller booths, especially near Byron Bay and Mullumbimby, start reporting first often, and hence the Green vote does balloon because these are areas that are very strong for Greens, and that's why the Greens do look like they're doing so well in Richmond right now. It just looks like, though, that Justine Elliott, Labor MP, will retain her seat because it'll finish as a Labor versus Greens count, but if Labor fell to third, then the Greens would win. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the only exceptions that would be if Run Equal Legalised Cannabis and One Nation all go preference the Nationals, in which case that would happen, but that's a very unlikely scenario.
Yeah, sorry, distracted. Yeah, that would be interesting. We've got a few results to see. Just quickly on Wills, Maggie, any updates?
Wills, I'll have to double check that. Currently, the AEC is saying the Greens are ahead. They're both ahead on primary, and the two candidate preferred. Their primary is up 1%. Socialist Alliance are up 6%. And legalised cannabis have got 3%. Hence, the Greens have gotten very strong preference lows, enough to put them ahead of Labor right now.
AEC's got a 10% swing towards Greens, with preferences accounted for, which is significant in Wills.
The ABC isn't doing a match swing, to my understanding.
No, I'm doing AEC's figures.
Oh, AEC.
AEC has a 10% swing compared to last time round.
That's very interesting.
So that's on preference flows. AEC's figures are 48.69 to 51.31, but on preference flows that was previously 59% and 41% effectively. So it is effectively a 10% swing, which is what we're getting from the AEC there, which is significant. This is an understatement. Wills was a seat that the Greens wanted to take, but that Labor had held with a pretty solid lead. Figures we have in for Wills. If you'll give me 1 second, I'll just get the figures we have.
Just say Wills was Greens ahead, or am I going insane here?
Yeah, no, the Greens are ahead in Wills.
Are you on? Hang on, Stuart. Are you on ABC or AEC?
I'm on AEC. ABC's figures are outdated. I'm going on the AEC's figures because they're the actual, authority on it. ABC's figures are outdated.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll keep coming back. These non-traditional counts can always be a bit funny. For what it's worth, by the way, guys, the Prime Minister, and we'll put it on the bottom of your screen so where the Prime Minister is speaking in 16, 15 minutes. He's speaking at 10 Eastern. We'll bring that to you live, of course, right here on 6 News. Earlier night, hey, guys? Bit of an earlier night. Just maybe? What am I saying? Of course it is. As soon as he goes, we can all go home.
Leo, I would like to say I've just tallied up who's ahead in each seat according to the AEC. Currently, this is such a ridiculous count. Currently, it's Labor 96 seats, Liberals only 34, the Greens on 3, and Independents and other on 17, including Fremantle, where I think only two booths have been counted. 34 seats for the coalition, the coalition is ridiculous. And if you look at Queensland, there's just, I think there's 9 gains for Labor at the moment in Queensland. Most of those being from the Liberals as well.
This is
9 gains in Queensland.
Sorry,
yes.
Hang on.
What seats are they gaining?
That just came through my head for a second. 9 in Queensland alone. Really?
Yeah, they've gained. They're ahead in Leichhardt, Longman, Dixon, Petrie, Griffith, Brisbane, Bonner, Bowman, and Ford.
Bonner's the really interesting one. I was hearing things about it, not necessarily Labor confident, but I was being named by people recently. Leichhardt as well. The LNP candidate there, isn't that ex-Unity councillor Neal? Am I thinking of the right name?
Sorry, in which seat?
Leichhardt. Isn't it Jeremy Neal is the candidate?
Yes, Jeremy Neal is the candidate in Leichhardt.
Right, former Cairns Unity councillor.
Yeah.
For those who remember our local government coverage, remember that was all we were doing last year? Also, like, random states.
Maggie, how do you feel about calling the seat of Franklin in Tasmania?
I'm not feeling it, calling it at all, because the Independent is polling strong. They might fall into second. Labor might still win anyways. The Liberals are preferencing Labor ahead of the Independent in that seat.
But I think that means that the Liberals are out of Tasmania.
Oh, well, yeah. The Liberals
lose Tasmania.
I should have said that, yeah.
Wow.
You're right. There's no Liberal seat in Tasmania. Good point.
Are we calling all Tassie seats at the moment, or?
Hang on.
I think we might be.
Hang on. There's only two Liberal seats in South Australia. Both Northern Territories still staying Labor.
At the moment, we can't be entirely sure about the Northern Territory. Actually, it looks like.
Solomon.
No, it looks like the Liberals are doing good in Solomon and Lingiari.
In Lingiari?
In both?
In Lingiari. But, sorry, in Solomon, but in Lingiari, what's going on? Like last election, a lot of these remote booths come in quite late, and we don't have those yet, and they're really important in understanding the count. On election night, Labor was 56% to 44%, and the final result was almost 50-50. So always be cautious of Lingiari.
Maggie, can you remind, how many seats did the Liberals hold in Tassie going into this?
They held 2 seats.
So Labor's doubled, right? And then you've got
Andrew
Wow.
Wilkie, yes. I think we
And
can call
Franklin
all
goes
those
independent
seats.
or Labor.
We can call that the Liberals won't win any seats in Tasmania, but we can't call Franklin because the independent Peter George might be able to take that seat off Labor.
Remember when Tasmania surprised us all and went against the voice? Remember when that happened?
I look, to be fair, I don't think it was that surprising by the end of that voice campaign.
I know, but
Stuart, can I just say, Stuart, speaking of, because you've been here, as have you, Maggie, obviously for so many election counts, when we were thinking about the voice referendum, that huge defeat for the Albanese government, I mean, I don't think it was at the worst position for the coalition, for Labor's polls, but I mean, that wasn't the kind of thing that you'd think, okay, well, in 15 months, the government's going to increase its majority, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? Or it didn't feel like that on referendum night. That was an awful night, for obvious reasons, for the Albanese government, and they bounced back extraordinarily.
Well, looking at the figures for South Australia as well, ABC is reporting that Labor gains Sturt, which potentially means you've got 2 Liberals left in South Australia, which then means that South Australia and Tasmania, both states that we thought would go against the voice, that we thought would go for the voice, but ended up going against the voice, have now flipped and gone almost completely Labor independent, with the exception of 2 rural seats in South Australia. So I mean, if you hold the referendum again now, then would you have a different result?
The referendum isn't a poll of the government. The voice of
I know, but
separate.
it's fascinating how the correlation was Labor yes, Liberal no, and I mean if you want to take that stance, and that would mean you call a referendum now, and you might get a different result. That being said, yeah, it is different metrics. You're right, and we don't have statewide metrics for Tasmania yet, and we're not going to have those. I want to see how the Tasmania Senate's going as well. I'll just check that while I'm thinking of it, because I've got that open in another tab. Give me 1 second. So what was Tasmania at before for Senate figures? They're going to lose their Senate.
I wasn't sure.
Hang on, we've had some more figures coming in for for Tasmania for
thanks to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury in the UK, Darren Jones MP, who is retweeting 6 News content. That's nice. He's got 87,000 followers.
Who's up for election in Tasmania this time around? Is it Lambie?
Yes, Lambie herself. Tammy Terrell's is not up.
She's going to be in a difficult.
I don't know what
Lambie
that
versus One Nation. It's Lambie versus One Nation.
And Lee Hanson, again, it should be remembered, is the One Nation candidate there. Lambie, I was hearing potentially a bit nervous with that campaign. And Pauline Hanson, I believe, was in Tasmania today, which shows they were very serious about winning this seat. Especially, I imagine, not in a. I'm not meaning this in a slight way, but obviously for a daughter, you'd want to win that seat. So,
on the current figures, we've got Labor gets 2, Liberals gets 1, Greens get 1, and then it's anyone's game for the final seat. Could be Lambie, could be Hanson, could be.
All right, Stuart, we just, sorry to interrupt. I'm just going to say we just do want to go to Roman McKinnon, who is at the LNP's headquarters in Brisbane. Roman. You've got a new MP.
Absolutely do. Ailey France has been elected as the member for Dixon the polling, that is really the swing is what I really want to talk about. The polling predicted a swing I can't even remember how big it was towards Ailey France. It was meant to be a 1.5% swing towards her, but it's, so much bigger than that. And she is elected as the member for Dixon, ousting Peter Dutton after 24 years. It's simply astonishing. And now the coalition is facing their lowest primary vote, for a very long time. So that's just extraordinary. It's really bad. And Peter Dutton appearing very gracious in his defeat speech, mentioning he contacted Prime Minister, for the second term now, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. He spoke to him via phone call and he congratulated him on his victory. He also said that his late mother would be proud, just as well as Ailey France, who lost her son last year. He would be very proud of his mum as well. So it's really astonishing. We've seen a number of high-profile Liberal, former. We've seen Tony Abbott. We've seen Queensland Deputy Premier Jared Blay through here before, and then we saw Peter Dutton, a massive media pack from the election campaign, of course. But it's the vibe is surprising. It's fairly high. People are mingling and chatting, even though after a defeat, some would say they sort of expected it. That's why they're in this good mood. Who knows? But Prime Minister. We've got Penny Wong speaking, Leo.
Yeah, Roman, it looks like we are going to go to Labor, where Penny Wong, I imagine, should be introducing the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, who is in Sydney. You can see it behind you. We can bring it up on screen in a second. You can turn around and watch it if you want. There we go. We'll bring it up on screen now. Penny Wong speaking at Labor's campaign headquarters.
And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet, and I acknowledge the traditional owners. Spreading it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be, a leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend.
Australians. Serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we live. My respects to elders, past, present and emerging, today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government. Majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect. I thank Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who had voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. From tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best. We take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially, but she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic, because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly, there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia. This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own, and we must do it together, all of us. Because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work. Fair wages for their work and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally. child to get the best start in life, with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut for their student debt. Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment. And knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people, because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians. Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team. I stood on the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. Amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. And if you excuse me for singling out one of them, who ran for a third time in Dixon. So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight. I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it. To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia. The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you. To our magnificent campaign director, National Secretary Paul Erickson. An outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory, and I thank you. To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell. The loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you show. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son Nathan. Who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you. And to my fiancée, expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship and your love. You make me so happy. Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together. My fellow Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here, in our values and in our people. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the opportunity of government, and with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you.
You're watching Election 2025, Australia Decides, on 6 News.
There you go. That was Prime Minister Anthony Albanese speaking there in his victory speech. An extraordinary night for his party, for his government, an extraordinary, really, rejection of the Liberal National Coalition. I mean, we're talking about Labor with a substantial majority increase. That is stunning, 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 stunning stuff. And really, we're looking at something that a lot of people didn't predict. Roman majority, he said. Labor majority, he said. Why didn't we listen to Roman McKinnon? I will keep asking myself that for quite some time. But overall, extraordinary, extraordinary, extraordinary. Maggie Perry, what are we seeing out of some of these latest results? Anywhere particularly interesting for you? Really just the Labor Liberal National contest, though?
I'll just have to have a look back at some of these, but sorry, you just said traditional contest. Melbourne and McNamara are looking, Melbourne, I think it's a 50-50, and McNamara, Labor looks pretty set to keep that, sorry. But traditional contests, I mean, I think what's most ridiculous is that listed in the close seats list is Fairfax on the AEC side. Fairfax is a close seat. For context, the LNP hold that seat by 9%. And right now, it looks like Labor might be able to actually gain the seat of Fairfax. But this is just ridiculous what's going on in Queensland, especially. But just across the board, there's been a swing to Labor. I think that's been a bit smaller. In Victoria, for example, the seat of Casey is only held by 1.5%, and the Liberals are actually still ahead there.
Maggie, can I just quickly jump in? 2 interesting predictions coming out. These aren't our calls, but I'm just talking us through them. 9 is projecting Greens have won Wills. Now, I don't believe we've made a call there. I think it's too close to make a call there, although you might disagree, which would be significant.
I think it is too close, but
I'd agree at the moment. But also what 9 is projecting, which I think you'd be interested in as well, the coalition, this is their projection, the coalition would finish with less than 50 seats for the first time since 1946. In that parliament, there were 76 seats. That's pretty stunning. That is abysmal for the coalition.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Sorry, I'm smiling because these are such stupid numbers. This is complete. I think there's been a big polling miss. I think everyone can agree on that. Really what was happening, Labor, it looked like, we're set for maybe about the same as what they got last time, and clearly there's been a huge shake-up. Honestly, it looks like Labor have a good shot of getting over 90 seats, which is just pretty wild. I mean, the Greens have had a very weird performance tonight. Independents, I think there hasn't been a huge Teal wave, like at the last election, but currently it looks like Teal independents might have a shot in Cowper, in Monash, in Wannon, in Bradfield, and in Flinders. I think those are all 50-50 seats. We're talking about Teal pickups. I think in Goldstein, in Kooyong, in Curtin, in all the Teal seats that we already have, independent seats, those have been retained. I mean, Kooyong, that's, I believe, it looks like Mini Grind should be returned in Kooyong, so.
How about this? Sorry, just interrupts you. I was just going to say, how good is this for the YouGov MRP? I mean, they're unbelievably good. That is an unbelievably good result for the YouGov MRP. For what it's worth, we're not predicting less than 50 seats for the coalition yet. Yet is the big word. Not yet.
I think that, well, that's a good result for YouGov at the very least. They were the most accurate poll stuff of the 2022 election. Are they the most accurate poll stuff of the 2025 election?
But the fact that it's the MRP that's going well is something, isn't it?
I think there were some gains and such in places that clearly were not expected. And YouGov, I think, I don't know, there were seats like just a lot of these seats that have fallen, especially places like Hughes or Horde or Petrie, were not even talked about as being a remotely interesting contests. And YouGov did not pick that up. No one else picked that up. And yet they've fallen to Labor.
Huge. I
mean, I think the big winners are Labor and the Independents. I think they're your two big winners for this. The Greens, they might gain Wills, but they're going to lose at least two Brisbane seats.
And I think let's keep talking about Richmond and McNamara, even though they've fallen to Labor. I don't know how pre-polls will behave. Maybe pre-polls. I think there have been a lot of pre-polls that have come in and they've still solidified this result, though. So
Max Chandler-Mather's probably out. Not going to call it yet.
I think we can say. No, I think we can say Max Chandler-Mather's lost his seat. Yeah.
What's the current two candidate preferred there?
The ABC are estimating. The ABC are estimating 56.3 to 43.7 Labor to Green. And then in Brisbane, the Greens have fallen to third.
Are we calling that?
I just did.
Brisbane?
Both Brisbane and Griffith. The reasoning with Brisbane is that the swings, according to the ABC, the Greens are down 1.4%, Labor's up 5%. There's no way the Greens are gonna overtake Labor and be shocked. Especially, I just don't really see that happening.
Yeah, they lose Griffith because Liberal preferences Labor over Greens.
Yeah.
I mean, Labor narrowly beats Greens on primaries, and it puts Greens in second, and the LNP is going to preference Labor, so that's Griffith. Ryan, are you calling retain for Ryan?
Definitely not a call in Ryan, but I think the Greens are definitely in the best position. Pre-polls, as the vote advances, like postals, that sort of thing. I think as that vote advances, the Greens will maybe go down a bit, Labor will go down a bit, LNP will go up. And as long as it finishes between Greens and Liberals, the Greens should win that, and I think they will.
Can I ask Maggie? I'm not that the Greens are going to gain it, but I mean, I'm just interested, personal curiosity. What's the Cooper result like? It's Jed Kearney's seat in Melbourne.
Cooper, but I think they were talking about it earlier as maybe being a very weird seat. Early results looked a bit suspicious. Right now, Labor's up 1%, Greens down 3%. Yeah, Greens down 3%, Liberals down 2%. Victorian Socialists are up 6% and cannabis up 4%. And that's going to help the Greens. And hence, it looks like the Greens have gotten a bit of a swing towards them in Cooper, but that's still like 7% left.
I mean, Vic Socialists legalised cannabis preference, Greens, One Nation and Liberals preference, Labor wins.
Yeah. Actually, I would like to see, I think obviously with such a result like this, something that has gone a bit under the radar has been the result of a Victorian Socialist. In Cooper, they're currently at 9%. In Fraser, they're currently at 7%, and in Scullin, they're currently at 9%. Those are very big results for a Socialist Party. And in Wills, I think the Socialist Alliance Party are at 8%. Yeah. Maybe Purple Fingers has a shot in the Senate.
So, just to recap
those Senate figures, or you keep going. I'll pull the Senate figures.
I think the Senate figures that have come in.
So just
I think
quickly,
we were making.
Yeah. Sorry, Maggie. So just quickly recapping that. So Griffith, Brisbane gone. Ryan, Melbourne too close to call. Wills ahead. Richmond ahead for Greens.
I don't think the Greens are ahead in Richmond. I've gone over Richmond many times as to why the Greens are. It's a mirage as to why the Greens are doing well in Richmond.
So Vic Socialists can't give a Senate. They're being beaten by trumpets.
Yeah, but I was going to get onto this. I think some of the first results we were getting in Victoria definitely were not in these inner city seats and Scullin that are going, or like West and North Metro. Those areas, they didn't start reporting very early, to my understanding. And so I don't think a lot of those Senate votes are counted. I don't think the Socialists are going to win that seat, but maybe they've gotten very good results in, Cooper and that sort of thing. So,
and just
still keep an eye on it.
Just quickly, Ryan, what's our call there, or is it no call at the moment?
Greens ahead, probably.
Greens ahead.
I mean, the only silver lining for the Liberals is that they take Bullwinkle in Western Australia. That's the only seat they gain.
Well, that's fair.
And even that's not certain.
That's also not really.
And even that's not certain. That's the only chance they've got is Bullwinkle.
Not certain at all.
Yeah, no, that's the only silver lining is Bullwinkle.
And okay. It looks like Bullwinkle is very weird right now. The Liberals are down 10%, Labor's down 5%. The Nationals are up 15%. Cannabis are up 5%. Maybe the Nationals might be able to.
Yeah, but that's what I was getting at. That the only silver lining for them is a seat that's marginal at best.
But the count's a bit too early. I really doubt the Liberals are going to get a swing in Bullwinkle and.
Well, yeah, that's my point, Maggie. That the silver lining for the Liberals is a seat that's very, very marginal. There's not much of it. That's the only silver lining we can possibly pick out of this for them. And even that's not much. I mean, it is in the early figures, so yeah. But the point remains that they cling to the hope of Bullwinkle, which isn't great for them. What happens if they lose Bradfield? Because they're currently behind in Bradfield.
That's a seat where there is the incumbent Paul Fletcher is retiring, and so Giselle Kaptarian is running for the Liberals. Nicolette Boole, that's how you pronounce it, she's got a 9% swing, and the Liberals are down 6%. Surely you'd imagine Nicolette is able to win that seat. The Greens are down 2 and Labor's up 2, actually. So looks like Nicolette probably will be able to win that seat.
Could I just also, sorry, quickly, Maggie, Claire.
Yes.
I'm told that Andrew Gee has won this, and
Andrew
it
Gee?
Andrew Gee has won this. I believe that's the first time the Nationals have lost. The Nationals is in not the ones who sit with the LNP. This might have been the first time the Nationals have lost a seat in ages, since potentially 2010, maybe, if the numbers are right. Federally.
Just thinking about that. I'm not sure.
I'll check for you.
Claire. Okay. Claire, that's definitely not a seat to be called. So the Nationals are at 29%. Andrew Gee is at 23. Kate Hook, Community Independent, is at 16. Labor's at 10. One Nation at 8%. If Kate Hook, it's just, we don't really know how Kate Hook's preferences are going to go. How they'll go between G and the Nationals. I imagine they'll favour G, but we also don't know how pre-polls and postals go, or postals especially, and notoriously postals really do not help independents. As the vote progresses, I think G's vote will go down. So can't really call that at all.
And Monash. What are we looking for in Monash at the moment?
I think we've got the Liberals on 32%. That's very low. That's really low. Labor on 20%. Deb Leonard is on 18%, and Russell Broadbent, who defected from the Liberals to the crossbench, is on a measly 10%. So we don't have a preference count between Labor and the Liberals. Labor might even be able to win that preference count. And if Deb Leonard is able to overtake Labor on preferences, she might be able to win that seat as well. So it's a three-cornered race in Monash, but Russell Broadbent won't win that seat.
Russell Broadbent will not win that seat. Okay, and Tangi in WA, I believe Labor's held. Sam Lim.
Oh, I imagine. I've just checked the numbers. The Liberals are down 6 and Labor's up 5. Labor had a good WA state election result in Tangi. And yeah, it looks like they've been able to retain that, and the seat of Moore as well. That's where a Liberal has defected to the crossbench. Ian Goodenough. Ian's also only on 9%. With Nathan Barton, a community independent, on 7. Labor's on 32. Liberals are on 29. Greens are on 13. I think Labor's probably going to win that seat. They're ahead on the two candidate preferred quite easily.
I'll put your Nats figures for you, Leo. The last time the Nationals lost a seat was 2013. That was O'Connor in Western Australia. And the reason they lost that seat was because it was Tony Crook, and he backed, and he refused to form a coalition government with Abbott in 2010. So the last time a national seat was lost to the Liberals because of the, backing, or refusing to back Tony Abbott. So it's definitely a big blow for them. That's, 12 years? So more than a decade without Nationals losing seats.
12. Bump it up a little, a few more.
And that was the year that Barnaby Joyce got elected. There's that for you.
And shocker, he remains elected, by the way. He is never losing that New England seat, I swear. I almost just said out of my mouth, wow, will Peter Dutton resign from Parliament and cause a by-election after this, after losing the election? Well,
I mean, he can try.
We've basically had 150 by-elections tonight.
I loved Albo's jab about, Australians actually accepting the results of a loss and not, doing it in America.
Well, I mean, this is a very clear result, right? There's no room for doubt. There's no real close count. Well, there might be a close count or two at the end, but we're not talking about this seat will determine who forms government. It's over. It's a majority. It's done. It could not be clearer. It could not be clearer tonight. But absolutely extraordinary. And I think, for the coalition, I mean, we have to ask the question now: who's their next leader, Stuart? Who's the next Liberal leader?
Who can it be? I mean, who's left in the shadow cabinet?
Andrew Hastie's held his seat. Angus Taylor. I think Dan Tehan's going to get up. Susan Ley.
Alex Hawke.
That's 4 options. It can't be Keith Woolahan. It can't be Bridget Archer. It was never going to be, but it can't be Bridget Archer. Running out of options here, guys, and fast.
Can we say Colin? What's his last name? Colin Boyce.
He's not going to be leader. Surely not.
There's a scenario for you. Macintosh. Susan Ley. There we go. That'd be Susan Ley.
Yeah. Maggie, sorry, I know I keep making you bounce around numbers. I appreciate it. Flinders, what are the numbers looking like there?
Yeah, that's Flinders. I believe the Teal Independent, Community Independent. Ben Smith. Oh, it's a very. Oh, there's no preference count. They've cancelled the preference count. So currently the Liberals are on 37%. That's only down 2. Ben Smith Independent is on 22.5%, and Labor's on 23.5%. Ben Smith on those numbers would probably overtake Labor, and he might be able to beat the Liberals on that. But as the count progresses, I imagine the independent vote will go down, the Liberals will go up. I don't know.
Sorry, you said Ben Smith.
Flinders is going to be a three-quarter toss-up. Ben Smith. But it's a free-for-all contest in Flinders by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's no preferences. That's a real pain. I mean, it's probably too hard to count them at this point, because you can't do preference flows with an independent who's getting over 20% of the vote on primaries.
Well, yeah, that's why they've cancelled the preference count.
It was previously a Liberal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been held by, I think, Zoe McKenzie is her name. Yes, Zoe McKenzie.
Yeah. She's Teal, isn't? Is she? Not she's Teal. Is Ben Smith Teal?
Ben Smith is funded by
Community,
to my
you
understanding.
can say Teal. We don't mean it as a slight. We're just saying it. He's a Teal, yeah.
I mean, as opposed to say your Wilkie or your Broadbent, although Broadbent lost, but you get the drift.
He's closer to an Alex Dyson, who's closer to a Monique Ryan than he is closer to Russell Broadbent. Ben Smith is no Russell Broadbent. We could say that.
That's next week. That's next weekend. The spectrum of independence.
You're gonna keep your hands full with columns, and I know Maggie and I will keep our hands full with seat projections for the next few days. Although a lot of them are done tonight, so we can all kind of relax on this, can't we? Wow, though. Wow. I'm still focusing on Dixon, yes. Deakin and Menzies, right? These are 2 Liberal seats in Melbourne. Deakin, Michael Sucker, Menzies, Keith Woolahan, and both of them won by Labor. Significantly in this, is that Menzies has been held by the Liberals since it was formed in 1984. I mean, the seat's called Menzies for Christ's sake, right? It's supposed to be this safe Liberal seat. Margin slashed in 2022 and they gain it now. And Keith Woolahan was seen as potentially, I stress potentially, maybe never know, I guess we'll never know, as a Liberal leadership contender. Keith Woolahan, people were saying, okay, this guy's going to be the next Liberal leader. I guess we'll never know. He's not actually, going to be there. He's gone. Sucker's gone. I mean, this is a lot of... Woolahan isn't experienced in the sense it's his first term, but, this is a lot of notable names, right? These aren't no-name MPs. The most obvious point in that being the fact that Peter Dutton lost his seat, which is still being comprehended at this point. That's just utterly insane. But Matt Gregg, Labor for Dixon, there's the new Deacon. There's your new Deacon MP. And Jed Cooney there. I got a lot of these, actually. Purple Pingers. Okay, I've got way too many of these. McEwen results. I don't know. Have we checked McEwen? And can we, if not?
McEwen has gone to Labor. To mind all the possible Labor gains, with the exception of, Liberal gains, with the exception of Bullwinkle, are definitely Labor. Like, as in possible Liberal gain of Labor, they've definitely all gone to
held
Labor.
by Labor, right?
Yeah.
How can I just check what the national vote? I know they're not going to win, but what's the national vote in Bullwinkle out of pure interest?
It's a mess. Currently Labor on 32%, Liberal 23, National 16, Green 12, One Nation 9. It's a mess. I think most One Nation preferences will favour the Nationals. If the Nationals overtake the Liberals, the Nationals will win it. Otherwise, it's a free cornered contest. We're getting a lot of free cornered contests.
Well, Green's preference
isn't
Labor,
fun?
so then it goes, where does legalised cannabis votes go and where do One Nation votes go?
They'll go to Labor, and One Nation should favour Nationals.
Unless legalised cannabis gets the Greens in third, and then it gets even more messy.
That's not going to happen because One Nation's got a much bigger vote than cannabis, and the Greens are behind the Naps by 4%, unless maybe we're seeing a subsection of the more rural parts of a seat. I don't know.
I'll check what votes we've got.
It's such a mess. I'm still a bit starstruck by all of these results, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, likewise, Dixon especially is humbling. I'm never making a prediction again, maybe. Stuart, don't you look so smug with your wrong year election results?
Yeah, no, but I accept that.
Family first gains ACTC. All right. Glass houses and all that. No, but in all seriousness, okay, when I said it in January, it was a bit more of a reasonable call, right? Like, that wasn't unreasonable to say in mid-January.
That was, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Did you, Maggie, out of interest, sorry if we brought this up before, long night, were you tipping Dixon going to Labor?
I was tipping it to Dutton, but I said Labor could definitely win it.
No surprise. No surprise, I think, for me that there's a bunch of independents with these kind of high single digits to like mid-teens figures, that preferences are really helping to flow over the line for quite a few candidates. Notably, of course, a lot of them were not, issuing how to vote cards in the sense that they weren't recommending preference flow. It was just like one, put a number elsewhere, etc., etc., etc. That's happened in quite a few seats. I am particularly interested in these Teal seats, though, and again, I have a vested interest in Kooyong. They are calling retain there, Maggie. I don't know if we've made any decision yet, but for what it's worth, it is a called retain by the ABC in Kooyong. 47 out of 53 reporters reporting primaries, 41 out of 53 reporting preferences, 45.6, 54.4 Monique Ryan. So if we've got any thoughts there independently?
I think all we can say confidently is, Monique Ryan will win Keon. I wanted to divert though to the regional independents who actually have surprisingly not done very well, with the exception like Wannon and Cowper, both sorts of areas. I mean, Wannon, the ABC has called for bandt, and I wouldn't agree with that. They've also called Cowper for Pat Cottigan. I would not agree with that. But those two seats were definitely hailed as the most likely gains for, community independence. And they just haven't eventuated by the looks of it. Dyson and Kaz Heiss both could still definitely win those seats, I think. But there really has not been a huge swing against the coalition in those areas. It's just been a swing towards the independent and sucking votes off Labor and the Greens. And that's not of huge assistance when you're in a battle against the Liberals and those preferences were already going to you.
Sorry, a lot of work. Also interesting, Maggie, I don't know if this is reflected in other Teal seats, you may know more than I do, but just also found that interesting, the primary votes for some of the Teal seats, because we know, I think in most seats won by Teal independents in 2022, they were behind on primaries. Obviously, you've got Labor, Greens candidates, etc. Liberals in Kooyong, 39.1, that's down 4.3. Monique Ryan, 37.8, that's up 7.0. Then you've got Labor up 0.1, Greens 1.6, marginal there for both. But that's notable that Monique Ryan is getting a primary swing towards her here, not just a two-party preferred swing. At least I think it's notable. Maybe it's not. What do you reckon? Muted. First of the night.
Someone had to. I think Monique Ryan, I generally expected she would get a swing towards her because of the sophomore surge. That's because she's a first-time MP, and in the previous election, she was just a candidate, and there's a big difference in notability there. And so Monique Ryan, I think everyone, not everyone, but most people expected she'd get a swing towards her, and that's what's happened. But interestingly, Goldstein, actually, the Liberals have gotten a swing towards them by the looks of it. On primary votes, the Liberals are up 3%, and Zoe Daniels stagnant. Very interesting there, but I think that's gone to Zoe Daniel.
Yeah, I definitely didn't just have myself muted and no one noticed. Fascinating to see that, definitely, because this is somewhat similar to what I was hearing from coalition sources. One who told me that the Liberals thought it was in play, Goldstein, that is. And so very interesting to see there, localised. But, we'll have that play out. Stuart, just in terms of where Labor goes from here, they have this majority, right? They have it clear. There are no real worry about defections or by-elections. In the Senate, they're going to be dealing with more One Nation, probably, we think. The Greens will be the same impact that they have in the Senate.
One Nation keeps Queensland against at least two other states, maybe three. We don't have WA's figures in.
No, but it's my suspicion. Let's just say they win in WA.
Will go on for a while, We didn't have all of Lambie's votes in. We're getting a bit more Lambie in. So Tasmania will go on for a while. New South Wales I'm relatively happy about. Queensland will be retained, probably. But yeah, I mean, the advantage for Labor in the lower house is that they can't dissent. So their only worry is defections. So provided they get like 80, they're going to be fine. Unless they have mass defections, they're going to be fine. So anything more than that is the bonus. I mean, yeah, Senate would have to be Labor Greens. Not too much of a shake-up there. Maybe Labor loses a couple of seats, maybe. They didn't get the third seat in South Australia like they wanted, which is unfortunate for them. They might get one in New South Wales, I think it was, but they're not going to get their third seat in South Australia. So they stay pretty much unchanged. Greens stay unchanged, picking up one in each. Territories stay unchanged. Legalised cannabis might get one if they're lucky, but apart from that, the Senate isn't really, massive shake-up. Apart from losing a couple of seats here and there to One Nation, UAP voters clearly probably going towards One Nation rather than anywhere else. New South Wales Libertarian parties are a non-factor, and that was their best state because they had the advantage of having having Craig Kelly on the ballot there, but they're still behind trumpets in New South Wales. So as far as that goes, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So to wrap up tonight, because we do want to kind of recap these results, we'll bring Maggie Perry on just in a second for her final thoughts. But we have to have a look at those results again. Labor retaining government, Labor gaining seats off the Greens, gaining it off potentially an independent Dilay and Fowler, gaining it off the coalition, of course, in many regards. Anthony Albanese returned as the 31st Prime Minister of Australia in what is a pretty extraordinary result by the end of all this. A substantial increase, it looks like, in the majority, and a historic loss for the Liberal National Coalition. Of course, the biggest impact, Peter Dutton losing his own seat to Labor's Ali France, a unbelievable result there, with huge ramifications for the Liberal Party. There's the seat count, not final, of course. You have seats in doubt, but Labor 87, the Coalition 37, Greens on none, other 10 other results that we're seeing at this point. So a massive result for Labor there. Maggie, I'll get your final thoughts on this election. Lots of results that we don't know yet. We're going to keep following them, but just what have you made of this pretty extraordinary and historic result?
I think it's just been a shock. No one really expected a huge Labor majority or something like this. Even YouGov was, fell short of this prediction. I just think it's very astounding, and Labor's clearly managed to. Labor's clearly taken from everyone to an extent. The Greens have won a lot of votes in suburbia, but have lost votes to Labor in the places that matter. The coalition have lost, across the board, especially in Queensland and Tasmania, actually. And independents will still have to wait and see, honestly. There's a lot of Bradfields up in the air, actually. Colare, Monash, maybe Casey, Beam, just a lot of these places are up in the air right now. So
yeah, and we know you'll keep following them for us over the next few days and weeks. We appreciate that. Stuart, your final thoughts.
Yeah, my final thoughts remain that this is probably going to be a good one for independents. I don't think there's any seats to probably pick up a couple, which is good for independents. Really good for Labor, of course. That's I mean, there's no doubting it that clearly we were wrong and the polls were wrong, and with the exception of YouGov MRP, but even that wasn't perfect.
Closest we got.
Yeah. It remains to be a battle for the Senate now to see how many independents can get in there. Liberals are going to be suffering because Liberals didn't get their seat back in the ACT, which wasn't, they weren't expecting to, but that remains an upset. Usually you'd expect one Labor, one coalition in each territory balances out. The coalition still can't do anything there. They might get back Solomon in the Northern Territory, But apart from that, they're pretty much out of the 5 territory seats, unless they can get back Solomon, of course. Tasmania's out of the picture for them. South Australia's they've only got 2 seats left there, so the Liberals really need to, I guess, their entire leadership's been gutted. They need to work out where they're going to go from here, because it's going to be a big fight back next time around, and back in 2028. It's going to be difficult to see the path for victory. Then they might be in the same spot as the Liberals were in Western Australia in the last WA election, where they got a lot of swings towards them, got a lot closer, but didn't win many seats. So the question is, are we looking at a Labor government until 2031? Is the ultimate question there. Liberals got to really, rethink it and work out what they're doing, whether this means we see more fractures, because the Nationals still doing decently, only losing 1 seat, I think. So still losses to the LNP in Queensland. They've lost how many seats? And even I wasn't, I'm a Queenslander, even I wasn't expecting that. So, yeah. I mean, where does the coalition go from here? I mean, I know that's going to be probably cliche for the next few days, but, unfortunately, there is no other way around it. They're bleeding votes to One Nation federally for the Senate. So they're losing seats to Teal and to Labor and to One Nation in the Senate probably. So that voting base is getting smaller and smaller with every passing day.
It's extraordinary. Look, 3 years is a long time in politics, as we have just discovered tonight. That is where we will wrap up live coverage of the 2025 federal election right here on 6 News. So many results still coming in, and we're going to continue to cover them 24/7 on our website, 6newsau.com, and on social media at 6NewsAU. And of course, 6 News is live 24/7 with all the latest headlines and analysis, so you can tune in for that. Maggie, Perry and I will be back for 6th Preference. It's going to be returning post-federal election. We look forward to that. And Stuart Jeffrey will be getting out a bunch of stuff on the website very soon as well. Thank you to Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, Roman McKinnon in Brisbane, and Levi Knight, who's also been in Brisbane tonight. And of course, our amazing producer, Austin Pollock, who's been working unbelievably hard behind the scenes. There he is on air tonight. He's done a fantastic job for us in a huge election production. It's just past 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. We'll wrap it up there. I'm Leonardo Puglisi in 6 News Election Headquarters. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great night.
This has been a special presentation from 6 News Australia.
I'm Austin Pollock, and this is 6 News.